The next day, Bian Changxi went to the medical department. The medical department of Jiang City consisted of two newly constructed 6-story buildings. The name was simple: Jiang City Medical. It wasn't much different from a hospital before the apocalypse, just structurally simpler. One building was for outpatient services, and the other was for inpatient care. Serving the 450,000 people of Jiang City, it was inevitably overcrowded. There were endless patients and wounded every day, and the work was never-ending. When Bian Changxi arrived, it was just past 6 in the morning, yet the hospital was already packed, mostly with patients who hadn't been seen the previous day. Walking through the pavilion corridor in front of the building, she saw all kinds of people seeking medical help. Those with persistent coughs or fevers saw traditional doctors. Those with infected wounds saw a doctor first, then were referred to the ability medical department depending on the situation. In the hospital, the traditional medical system and the new medical system composed of wood element ability users were not strictly separated. They cooperated. If a traditional doctor couldn't handle an illness, or if using drugs would be wasteful, the patient was handed over to an ability user. If an ability user couldn't handle it, they would ask a doctor for help. Therefore, the reception nurses at the registration desk would first judge which department was more suitable for the patient's condition. Generally speaking, illnesses went to the traditional department, while injuries mostly went to the ability department. Today, Qiao accompanied Bian Changxi. Since she was perceived by the public as a fragile wood element user, the people back at the villa didn't feel safe letting her go out alone to such a chaotic place. Bian Changxi didn't mind. Having someone to run errands was nice. Qiao was dressed entirely in black, his leather shoes polished to a shine, and a pair of sunglasses perched on his nose. He walked beside Bian Changxi with his head held high, his long limbs striding confidently. He looked every bit the fierce bodyguard, practically having idlers keep away written on his face. Bian Changxi felt a slight headache coming on. This guy was a real character. The deeper they got into the apocalypse, the more erratic his personality became. Perhaps he had been suppressed by missions, duties, and work during the peaceful era, and now that those constraints were largely gone, he had completely let loose. If it weren't for Gu Xu and Qiao keeping him in check, he would have gone completely off the rails. He had insisted on coming today, claiming he had never been a bodyguard before and had specially dressed up for the occasion. When they arrived in front of the inpatient building, Hu Ich, Lu Xiaoyang, and several people in white coats were already waiting. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Hu Ich led Bian Changxi upstairs. He was still in charge of the medical department. The number of patients had been increasing day by day over the past 2 days, with very few being discharged. The bed shortage alone was enough to turn his hair white. Order was chaotic, and the mortality rate remained high. Medical disputes, equipment shortages, drug exhaustion, and insubordination from subordinates came one after another. Only now did he realize how hard and amazing it was that Gu Xu had managed this area without incident. Even though he understood, when he tried to hand it back, Gu Xu put his hands behind his back and refused to take it. These days he was. Better not to mention it. Anyway, Bian Changxi's arrival was a signal that Gu Xu might be picking this area up again. Bian Changxi entered a ward. Lu Xiaoyang said, "The 6 patients here have the most typical symptoms. I gathered them here to save you from running back and forth." Among the 6, some had festering bodies, some were intact but vegetative, unable to speak or move but able to hear and see. Some had twisted, atrophied limbs and severe malnutrition similar to Cheng Haijun's symptoms, and some had mucous membranes that had turned strange colors, making them look like mutants. There were also those growing strange things on their bodies. Bian Changxi connected with them one by one using her vines. After examining them all, she walked out with the group. The heavy rain during the Mid-Autumn Festival was a kind of transformation for the human body. Those who succeeded became new humans or ability users. those who failed ended up like the people inside. Their body structures have deviated significantly from normal people. In my personal opinion, a complete cure is almost impossible, and they will likely have sequelae. However, making their appearance normal so they can be discharged and live a normal life is not impossible. For example, I am quite confident about those with ulceration and limb atrophy. Everyone was delighted to hear this. These two types of patients accounted for the vast majority. If these people could be treated, the pressure on the medical department would be greatly reduced. When will it be convenient for Miss Bian to start treatment? Hu Ichwen asked. Right now. How many of these two types of patients are there? An assistant quickly took out a file and checked. There are a total of 708 people, including 467 with the ulceration type and 341 with the atrophy type. Bian Changxi frowned slightly. This was a huge project. However, she knew that these numbers were the survivors left after batch had already died. Remembering Qiao Feng's instructions, she said, arrange 10 people with milder conditions from each group first. I'll start with them. For the rest, assign numbers based on the severity of their condition. The more severe cases get priority. Everyone understood immediately. Treating 20 mild cases first and curing them quickly would send a signal to the public. We have someone here who can cure this strange disease. This would be of great significance in improving the reputation of the Jiang City group. Qiao Yun didn't forget his own little mission. He took a half step forward and said, for these first 20 people, not only should their illness be mild, but the ratio of age, gender, and occupation must be coordinated. Our comrades are already waiting downstairs. You can discuss it with them. Hu Ichwen felt a bitterness in his heart. As expected, he thought Gu Xu would wait a bit longer before reaching his hand in here, but with Bian Changxi's arrival, the process had been greatly accelerated. Once results were achieved, both the publicity and the subsequent benefits would belong to them. He looked at the cold-faced bodyguard, then at Bian Changxi, who showed little expression. Knowing this wasn't something he could change, he sighed softly, hid the unwillingness in his eyes, and led his people to handle it. Lu Xiaoyang remained silent, seemingly not noticing his old boss's expression. Only then did he speak. What kind of environment does Miss Bian need? We will prepare it. Nothing too special. Spacious and bright, with enough room for multiple hospital beds is enough. The inpatient department was overcrowded, with beds filling even the corridors, so naturally, there was no such space there. Lu Xiaoyang invited Bian Changxi to move to the newly built 2-story office building next door, where a conference room would be suitable. Halfway there, a commotion suddenly erupted near the outpatient building. A crisp, melodious voice, like a yellow oriole, rang out, standing out charmingly amidst the noise. Be careful, sit over there. Second brother, don't we still have some unopened water in the car? Get a bottle for this auntie. Bian Changxi's steps paused. She thought to herself, I saw one yesterday and another today. The world really does get smaller when you come to the base. She stopped and looked toward the disturbance. The crowd slowly calmed down and parted slightly. A group of people walked in, surrounded like stars around the moon, shining upon the dusty world. A girl walked in the center. She wore a pink, wide-brimmed sun hat with ribbons fluttering. The young girl looked up and spoke to a young man beside her, holding his sleeve as they walked from the pavilion into the sunlight. Her jet-black hair draped over her shoulders like water. When she smiled, her eyes were as large and bright as black grapes, and her lips were bright red. She was as beautiful as a porcelain doll. In this era that resembled a living hell, such beauty was like a ray of sunshine granted by God, making it impossible to look away. At least, several other girls nearby looked on with envy, and 3 or 4 young men stared at her without blinking. Such a group walking in was undoubtedly eye-catching. Hu Ichwen's eyes lit up when he saw them. He was about to walk forward, but thinking of Bian Changxi and her companion behind him, he suddenly stiffened. He forced a smile and walked up. Second young master Bian, Miss Bian. Miss Bian Wei, young master Xu, young master Wang. These people were all sons and daughters of major consortiums, large companies, or financial families from before the apocalypse. After entering the base, his connections were insufficient. It just so happened that these second-generation heirs were very idle, and if one looked hard enough, there were plenty of them. Those consortium families had prepared well for their escape and were considered wealthy in the base, with a rich and complex network of interests among them. Although compared to the connections within the administrative system, it was like comparing an ant to an elephant. It was better than nothing. Back when he wanted to wrestle with Gu Xu, he naturally had to concentrate all available resources. It just so happened that these consortiums shared his goals, so an alliance made sense. Last week, they had even provided some facilities and wood element talent to the hospital. But now, Bian Wei frowned almost imperceptibly. This Hu Ich-Wen was supposed to call her Miss Bian, but why did he change it mid-sentence? Did this old guy not want to curry favor with the Bian family anymore? Beside her, Bian Da smiled and was about to speak when someone in their group suddenly asked, "Look, isn't that person from your Bian family?" That. Everyone followed the voice and looked over. They saw Bian Changxi standing quietly in the distance, dressed in black and expressionless. Both Bian Wei and Bian Da froze. The next moment, Bian Wei called out in surprise, "Sister Changxi. I didn't expect to see you here. Why didn't you come home when you arrived at the base? We were all so worried about you." As she spoke, she trotted over to welcome her, her smooth, long hair dancing in the wind, mesmerizing the onlookers. Qiao, however, stepped in front to block her, frowning and shouting, "Who are you? Do not approach." Bian Wei froze, stopping in her tracks. She looked at Bian Changxi, then at the man, asking with a mix of joy and curiosity, "I didn't expect that after a few months apart, Sister Changxi, you even have a bodyguard now. Big Brother has been shouting about being worried about you all day. He can finally put his heart at ease. Sister Changxi, I have so much to tell you. Dad is also very worried about you. Yesterday, he even scolded Big Brother for not bringing you home. Now that we've met by chance, let's go home together. Second brother, don't you agree?" She turned back to Bian Da. Bian Da looked Bian Changxi up and down carefully, already walking forward. "Yes, Changxi. Treatment is urgent." "Let's go," Bian Changxi suddenly said, acting as if she hadn't seen these people at all, and walked away. Qiao followed closely. Bian Da's face darkened. "Changxi, it wasn't easy for us to reunite after the disaster. Do you still have to have this attitude? It's not like before the apocalypse anymore. We can't take care of you all the time. With that lonely personality of yours, you'll suffer sooner or later." Bian Changxi raised an eyebrow, but before she could speak, Qiao laughed first. "Oh, listen to that tone. As if you took such good care of my Miss Bian before. Stop putting on a show. Anyone can find out about your family's messy business just by asking around. Good dogs don't block the path. Chew at your jabbering." Bian Changxi glanced at him. Image. The tough bodyguard image. His words made him sound like a bandit. Bian Da, suddenly rebuked, glared at the sunglass-wearing bodyguard, then looked unhappily at Bian Changxi. "I am your cousin, after all. You allow a servant to speak to me like this? Bian Changxi, where is your upbringing?" He paused with a look of disdain. "Forget it, I can't blame you. Blame your good Captain Gu for assigning you such a rude bodyguard. Who knows how much protection he offers, but his ability to cause trouble is certainly significant." "Cousin." Bian Changxi's gaze became even more disdainful. Bian Quang was the son of the first wife. Her aunt had died early, and her uncle, Bian Guangyuan, immediately married the daughter of a business partner. The next year, they had a son who died shortly after birth. 2 years later, Bian Wei was born. However, after Bian Wei was born, Bian Guangyuan suddenly brought back a child, the Bian Da standing before her now. Bian Da resembled the second wife. He was 2 years older than Bian Changxi and half a year younger than Bian Quang. Yet, Bian Guangyuan insisted on acknowledging him as his ancestor's descendant. The facts were clear. The matter caused a huge uproar back then. In the end, the old master of the Bian family, feeling sorry for his eldest son's bitter pleading, named this extra grandson Bian Da. Quang and Da, first expansive, then reaching. It was meant to appease Bian Quang and his maternal family. With the division of interests, everyone was somewhat satisfied, except for Bian Changxi's father, who broke character and cursed loudly. Absolutely absurd. From then on, her father treated Bian Quang like his own son, but ignored Bian Da completely. He didn't even treat his new sister-in-law as family. This was why Bian Quang and Bian Changxi had such a good relationship, but it also made the relationship between the first and second branches of the family extremely stiff. As soon as Bian Changxi's father died, Bian Guangyuan, who held the power, immediately moved against Bian Changxi. Naturally, Bian Da and Bian Changxi couldn't stand the sight of each other. Qiao Yun's eyes widened. He was about to take off his glasses and get in his face, but Bian Changxi stopped him, scolding coldly, "Mind your status. Aren't you embarrassed to argue with this kind of person?" Qiao Yun paused, then chuckled. You're right. Thank you for the reminder, Miss Bian." Hearing this, Bian Da and Bian Wei's eyes widened in anger as they looked at Bian Changxi. Bian Da was furious, while Bian Wei looked heartbroken. "Sister Changxi, how can you say that? We are family. Even if you have some opinion about us, you can't." Bian Changxi didn't even look at her. She turned to Hu Ichwen, her tone and expression unpleasant. "Deputy Commander Hu, is this how the medical department you manage operates? People with no authority or position can just barge in and pester people. And in gangs, no less. There are over 1,000 patients and hundreds of staff here. Not only is their safety threatened, but if medical work is delayed, who will be responsible for everyone's health?" Her identity and status were not enough to scold a deputy commander of a military region of 100,000 people like this. However, she already knew that Chu Shangjin had poisoned the people of Jiang City, and this, Hu Ichwen had facilitated it quite a bit to watch the tigers fight from the mountain. He had also tripped Gu Xu up at every turn. Moreover, Qiao Feng had revealed that this man was finished. Although he appeared to have nearly 100,000 troops under him, he couldn't truly command even 1 in 10. Since Gu Xu wanted to take back the medical department early, he would make a move on this person in the next few days. Qiao Feng had told her there was no need to be polite to him. Since that was the case, why hold back? Besides, looking at the behavior of Bian Wei and the others, this wasn't their first time doing this. Did they think the hospital was a picnic spot? It showed just how Hu Ichwen ran things. Hu Ichwen's face turned green then white. He stared at Bian Changxi in disbelief. Was this little girl slapping his face in public? Even Gu Xu wouldn't dare to be so blatant, yet she actually. He turned his head and saw many hospital staff and patients showing expressions of agreement. He became even more annoyed. "Miss Bian, this is the internal affair of our Jiang City Medical. You, as someone outside the system, need not." Bian Changxi cut him off directly. "Deputy Commander Hu, you are the second in command of our Jiang City group, our helmsman, a leader. Although you only manage the medical system now, medical matters concern human lives. Although I am just an ordinary citizen with no authority, I can understand the difficulties of us ordinary people even better. When I see unreasonable phenomena, I should mention them. Or do we still have to engage in bureaucratic airs at a time like this?" She stopped just short of saying directly, "You, Hu Ichwen, although your authority is pitifully small, you still have to take responsibility. Don't be like before, acting high and mighty, engaging in bureaucracy, thinking you're the biggest boss. Although she was accusing Hu Ich, her words were directed at Bian Wei and the others. Although she was surprised by their presence, she quickly figured it out. Initially, these people from the financial world still carried some weight. To develop connections and curry favor with certain people, they would invest in and sponsor projects in the base. Jiangnan Medical likely had their contributions. Because of this, these people would appear from time to time under the guise of inspections. Showing off was one reason. Making people remember their contributions was another. If they could get the appreciation and praise of some big shots, that would be even better. And it was exactly because of them that the local operating procedures had to be adjusted every time they came, lowering efficiency. Those who flattered them flattered hard, and those who were unhappy had their moods affected. It was truly detestable. At this moment, hearing Bian Changxi's words, the people present looked again. These intruders were standing in the middle of the courtyard. Not only did many people stop to watch, but they also seriously obstructed the passage of staff. They were indeed hindering life-saving work. Immediately, discussions erupted. Bian Changxi curled her lips slightly. Want to climb the social ladder? Want to put the hat of being unrighteous and heartless on me? How boring. Since they liked acting in public so much, they had to be prepared to be watched like a play. She could be pleasant with Gu Xu because she didn't know his background yet, but what scruples did she have with the Bian family? She still had to hold back her emotions with Bian Quang, but Bian Quang wasn't here, so why hold back? If we're talking about hatred, she hated the Bian family even more than Gu Yunhwa. Gu Yunhwa was vicious and insidious, but they were like business partners. Once interests collided, betrayal was common. Plus, it was her own fault for having bad judgment and choosing such a scumbag. But the Bian family were blood relatives. Doing disgusting and vicious things under the banner of family affection was particularly nauseating. The way these people turned their backs after her father died, fighting until they were red in the face over shares right in the morning hall, had long made her hate them to the bone. Not to mention that in her previous life, Bian Quang had died, to some extent, due to the ruthlessness and snobbery of these relatives. They could kill her or harm her, but touching the people she cared about was absolutely unacceptable. So seeing these two, the chill in her heart couldn't be stopped. Deputy Commander Hu, do you still need to help arrange those 20 patients, or shall our people decide the candidates independently? Hu Ich dared to be angry, but dared not speak. Bian Changxi had Gu Xu behind her. If he really couldn't compete with Gu Xu, he couldn't tear his face completely. Leaving a thread was leaving a way out. So he took a deep breath, ignored the young masters and ladies who couldn't actually do anything, and walked away with a flick of his sleeves. The faces of Bian Da, Bian Wei, and the others looked even worse. Bian Changxi continued to ignore them and started to walk away, but she heard someone mutter, "Really amazing." Eating other people's food, using other people's things, someone who can't even support herself acts so majestic when throwing a tantrum. Bian Changxi stopped and turned to look at the person. It was one of the young masters, clearly a follower of the Bian siblings. Seeing her gaze sweep over, he hid behind Bian Da and shouted, "What are you looking at?" "I'm telling the truth. Your family sent you a truckload of supplies yesterday. Everyone knows about it. You take the benefits without gratitude, and instead, you act all high and mighty here. You're so capable, so thick-skinned." He turned to Bian Da and said, "Bian Da, why do you still support such a relative? Let her starve. Giving supplies to a dog would be better than giving them to this kind of person." The onlooker's attitude shifted from hostility toward Bian Da's group to looking at Bian Changxi strangely. Although Bian Changxi was said to be famous, it was limited to certain circles. Gu Xu hadn't announced her name with great fanfare when he found her, so the vast majority of people didn't know that the woman with the big tone in front of them was a powerful wood element user. A big shot who could determine life and death with a thought, Due to the high status of wood element users and the magical abilities of ability users, ordinary people imagine them this way. Bian felt secretly delighted. Meeting Bian Changxi was an accident, but he had known how to deal with this cousin for a long time. The Bian family didn't have many people, and ability users were even scarcer. Of course, every family was like that. Originally, as a speed type, he was favored and valued. But Bian Quang happened to be a wind type, and his limelight grew day by day. If Bian Changxi came back too, and the two of them had a relationship like real siblings, where would there be a place for him if they joined forces? Bian Changxi absolutely could not return to the Bian family. Fortunately, given Bian Changxi's personality, it was unlikely she would return. Even Bian Quang couldn't persuade her. As long as he put on a show of civility when they met and blocked her morally, he could make her even more disgusted with the Bian family. He didn't care that Gu Xu was behind Bian Changxi. Even if he was willing, would she be pleasant and generous to him? The long term was too far away, and the world was too chaotic. He only fought for the present. He raised his voice. "You can't say that. Changxi is a member of my Bian family after all. She is my sister. Even if she has many misunderstandings about us, we can't just ignore her." "How can we ignore her?" "Spit out everything you've eaten." That was a truckload of stuff. Although that kid Bian Quang worked hard and brought back a lot of supplies with his team, and the elders said he could distribute them freely, things that entered the Bian family belonged to everyone in the Bian family. Who did Bian Changxi think she was? His tone was infinitely desolate. Bian Changxi stared coldly at Bian Da, then slowly let out a cold laugh. "I heard you were quite majestic today, leading 5 big trucks directly to block their door." After the meal, Qiao Feng asked indifferently while drinking water mixed with fruit juice powder. "Sai, in this world, fruit was more precious than gold. One could only drink fruit-flavored water to satisfy the craving." Qiao Yun thought gloomily. Actually, fruit wasn't impossible to get, but it wasn't fun to eat alone without sharing. Hearing his brother's words, he grinned. "Bro, you don't know how hateful those people are. Acting like we took advantage of them. How could we not fight back? If it were you, those 5 trucks would have crashed right into them," Wu Dalang chimed in from the side. He had just taken his medicine and undergone Bian Changxi's wood element conditioning. He felt much more invigorated, his spirits were high, his face was flushed, and his voice was full of energy. "Exactly," Qiao Yun said regretfully. "If it were up to me, I'd have beaten them up right at their door to see if those idiots dared to run their mouths again." But Miss Bian wouldn't agree. "Giving those bastards 5 truckloads of supplies for free. My poor little heart hurts just thinking about it." He chuckled. But it was indeed satisfying. You didn't see the wonderful expressions on the Bian family's faces. Jealousy, shock, ecstasy, disbelief. If we didn't have so many people on our side, they would have rushed up to tear Miss Bian apart. Casually giving away a truckload of supplies, packed full of useful and good quality goods, who wouldn't be jealous? Qiao Feng scolded him in a low voice, "Stop talking nonsense." Qiao Yun shrugged his shoulders. However, the fact that Bian Changxi had so many supplies did exceed Qiao Feng's expectations. From the first day she arrived, they knew she had something similar to a space. He said similar because no one else had been found to possess dual elements yet. Bian Changxi was mysterious and knew a lot, so it wouldn't be strange if she had some rare and strange magical artifact. It was Gu Xu who said not to inquire or be curious about this matter. They were to treat it as normal, so they acted casually. But for Bian Changxi to have so many things, she must have either prepared before the apocalypse or collected them herself afterward. Either possibility was amazing. Sai, he really couldn't rest easy about this person. Zhao Yi looked worriedly at Bian Changxi in her small vegetable patch. She was lying, sitting, kneeling, and squatting, using various postures to study something there. She was fully focused, sometimes frowning, sometimes happy, but mostly expressionless. She had been like this since she came back. Although she didn't say anything, it felt like she was in a bad mood. At this moment, a car drove up to the door. Gu Pei got out holding a bag, and his personal assistant, Guo Yi, got out from the other side carrying a large machine. Gu Pei said to Guo Yi, "Just put it in the yard." "Thanks for your hard work." Guo Yi nodded, smiled, and said he wasn't tired, then walked inside with steady steps. Actually, Gu Xu and the others had all found their own personal assistants. They each had affairs to attend to, and relying solely on themselves for errands was naturally impossible. So drivers, assistants, and deputies were all necessary. These people were selected from the internal team they had gathered and screened, undergoing layers of selection before being finalized. Each possessed certain skills and were the most important and trustworthy people outside of the 7-member core team plus Bian Changxi. However, even these people were not allowed to stay in the villa. Liang Ziyan was not in this category. He was only there because he was a wood element user, and sometimes they needed him. Guo Yi was a young man, mature, steady, and quick-witted. He had been a fairly successful businessman before. With such a person following Gu Pei, a college student who hadn't been out in society much, Gu Xu and the others could rest much easier. Guo Yi nodded and smiled at Bian Changxi, drove the car into the garage, and left sensibly without entering the villa to greet the others. Gu Pei treasured that instrument very much. He called Anand to help carry it to his small workroom, then walked happily straight to Bian Changxi. "Busy with this again. What are you planting, and when can we eat it?" Bian Changxi looked at the instrument and asked instead of answering, "What is that for?" "That's for detecting the space of space-type users at the base gate. It seems to have malfunctioned. Today, many tests showed large errors. Wasn't this thing invented by Chu Yi? He happened to be there at the time, and there were several products waiting to be used in the car. He got angry and left the whole car there. I happened to be passing by, so I thought I'd ask for one to take back and look at." Bian Changxi stood up and circled the instrument, looking up to ask. Chu Yi agreed. "He needs funding for his research too. It's said that funds have been tight for a long time. I spent some money and secured one. Current funds referred to crystal cores first and supplies second. When mentioning money, it meant crystal cores." Bian Changxi nodded. Gu Pei was into research. She had been very slow to realize this until today. That was why he ran around outside every day, mainly to understand the world, research new technologies, and do market surveys. His direction was very scattered, but sometimes the data he produced was used by Gu Xu for reference. "So you're going to take this apart to study the principles?" "How could I?" Gu Pei laughed, letting Anand carry the thing upstairs. "I'm not cut out for scientific research. I just do text and number work. I want to record all the developments of the base. The reform and replacement of these technologies are interesting and important. There are also the management regulations of the base that change daily, and the changes in the lives of survivors. These are all very worth referencing and learning from." Bian Changxi was startled when she heard this. "Referencing what? Learning what?" "To build his own base later. Although your brother will indeed create his own base in the future, isn't your preparatory work a bit too early?" Gu Pei's eyes were bright and excited. "Brother also approves of me doing this. He wants me to write him a report every week, writing down everything that happened during the week that is noteworthy, valuable, and meaningful, and analyzing the essence of it. But for this instrument, I used up this week's funds. Now I'm broke. There are funds. This brother was doing a good job. Very formal, very supportive." Bian Changxi lowered her eyelids. She had also become broke, and the result. Thinking about it was a little depressing. After feeling depressed, she realized something. She stepped back half a pace and looked at Gu Pei suspiciously. "You're not here to borrow money from me, are you?" Well, my brother said that if funds are insufficient, I have to figure it out myself. Unless the report contains content worthy of reward or increased funding, he won't give me more. But even if there is an increase, it will be next week. So I thought. Gu Pei spoke relatively quietly. He didn't know why he was more willing to ask Bian Changxi for help with this. Actually, if he mentioned it to Qiao Feng, he could get as much as he wanted immediately, but he just felt embarrassed. Probably because what Qiao Feng gave him and what Gu Xu gave him were essentially no different. The capital they had was shared. If you don't have any, then forget it. Bian Changxi asked, how much do you need? Gu Pei held out a hand. 5. 5 what? 500 tier 1 white cores. You're asking for a lion's share, Bian Changxi was surprised. There were only 2 days left in the week. 2 days, 500. How much funding did Gu Xu give him? Gu Pei said embarrassedly, my ability alone is limited, so I hired some people to help me gather information. Someone got news about this instrument and ran all over the streets to find me so I could catch it. I was so happy that I not only doubled the reward, but also said I would treat them to a meal tomorrow. Bian Changxi nodded. She could still afford 500 tier 1 white cores. She had spent 5 truckloads of supplies today, but she hadn't touched a single crystal core. She had saved quite a few before. She had several tier 3 colored cores. Taking out 2 would be more than enough. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Does doing this kind of thing mean you have a lot of accurate information? Seeing him nod, she asked happily, then where outside the base are there more supplies and a relatively low danger level? This. Are you going yourself? Then I'd better go back and organize it properly. I can't say off the top of my head. No rush, no rush. I have to run to the hospital for a while, so I don't have time to go out. Just give me a few locations when the time comes. Bian Changxi said, painfully taking out 2 tier 3 white cores and 1 tier 3 red core. This can count as 500, right? Consider it the fee for buying information from you. The extra is my sponsorship fee. By the way, since your work burns so much money, have you thought of any ways to make money? Gu Pei was quite embarrassed, but hearing this, he put everything else aside. Changxi, do you have any good ideas? He also wanted to earn money himself, but he had no ability and no experience. Going out to fight was obviously unsuitable, at least not now. There were no other paths. Gu Xu and the others had many places where they needed crystal cores, but very little income. Always holding out his hand made him feel guilty. That was also why he couldn't open his mouth to ask Bian Changxi for a loan. If he could have his own income, then. He looked into Bian Changxi's eyes and suddenly realized. By selling information. It's just an idea. Making money is nothing more than exchanging your own resources for other resources. Some people work hard labor, paying with time and strength. Some open small shops to sell things, paying for store rent and goods. The Research Institute pays with brains and energy. Those who go out hunting pay with physical strength and martial power. What do you have? Information. No, wait, I don't know much. If I really want to go down this path, I have to make it look decent. I need to get information big and small. I need people to run errands, people to organize, a place to work, effective rules and regulations. Gu Pei quickly got into character, muttering to himself and deliberating. Seeing him like this, Bian Changxi secretly sighed with emotion. Not a single person around Gu Xu was simple. Even this seemingly weakest younger brother, with this brain and perception, would be a chief designer or a grand consultant when they built their own base in the future. Gu Pei thought for a long time, then clapped his hands. It's worth a try. But this is a big move. I have to ask brother for instructions first. He excitedly grabbed Bian Changxi's hand and shook it heavily. Changxi, you really helped me solve a big problem. Before he finished speaking, he felt a chill on the back of his neck. Bian Changxi poked her head out in confusion and looked. The big boss was back. When Gu Pei saw Gu Xu, his first reaction, for some reason, was to let go of Bian Changxi's hand. Bian Changxi, on the other hand, felt a bit guilty seeing Gu Xu. Sending 5 truckloads of supplies to the Bian family was done on a whim. At the time, she hadn't really considered how this action would affect Gu Xu. Now that she was back and the dust had settled, she felt somewhat apologetic toward him. In any case, she had been too frivolous and arrogant. People with ulterior motives could easily view her behavior as being authorized by Gu Xu, a low-blow slap to the Bian family's face. Furthermore, giving so many supplies to the opposing camp for nothing, she wondered if Gu Xu and the others would have any thoughts about it. Gu Xu also didn't let any assistants enter the villa. He walked in alone. Zhao Yi quickly took his coat and briefcase to put them away. "Captain Gu, wash your face first. Dinner will be ready soon." Gu Xu waved his hand. "No rush." He seemed to be in a good mood. He moved a chair and sat by the small vegetable patch, asking Gu Pei first, "I heard you got an instrument today." "Eh?" "Yes," Gu Pei said. He had just gotten the thing, and Gu Xu already knew. This news traveled too fast. "Tell me your thoughts." For recording surveys, there was no need to bring the thing directly back. Gu Pei stood up from his squat. "Bringing that instrument back. One reason is that I'm personally quite curious about it and wanted to see roughly what it is. Second, I think Chu Yi is too much of a genius. His inventions are endless, and he produces papers and reports every few days. It really makes one suspect if he." He tried to find a word to describe it. After thinking for a while, Bian Changxi interjected, "Has a cheat." "Right, it feels like he has a golden finger." "Maybe it's a cheating artifact," Bian Changxi muttered to herself. Seeing Gu Xu's gaze turn toward her, she raised her eyelids, then lowered her head to continue her intimate contact with the soil. Gu Pei nodded repeatedly. "Exactly. Isn't there a saying, know yourself and know your enemy? It's true that Chu Yi is a talent, so we can try to win him over. If there's some other inside story, we need to understand it too. Brother, don't you think this new technology sector could become a major force leading human development? We should also set up a research base. Wouldn't these instruments be excellent first-hand materials?" Gu Xu expressed his approval. "You don't need to worry about this for now. Our foothold isn't stable yet, so this matter needs to be delayed. But it's good that you have this idea. Be bold in what you do. If you need to spend, don't be stingy. If it's not enough, tell me." Gu Xu paused as he spoke. He watched Milk, who was silently pretending to be air while poking at the ground beside Bian Changxi's feet. Finally, he shooed the sad-faced little guy away. Then he watched Bian Changxi, who pretended she was going to chase after it. He suppressed his amusement. "Just this afternoon, so many people came to flatter me about how wealthy I am, being so generous even to opponents. Although your brother isn't that magnanimous yet, supporting a younger brother in a few projects is more than affordable." Gu Pei found it strange that he suddenly changed the context, but Bian Changxi understood. Gu Xu was making insinuations about her. She froze for a moment, then said somewhat bitterly, "I caused you trouble." Seeing that she was willing to respond and was being fairly honest, Gu Xu didn't beat around the bush. "Normally, I shouldn't interfere in your private affairs, but you were indeed too reckless today. Taking things out in public like that gave you prestige, but do you know how many jealous people it will attract? People are talking about it in every street and alley, waiting for a time when you are alone to rob you." Bian Changxi stuck out her tongue. So he took the matter upon himself, and in the end, it became Gu Xu is wealthy. Bian Changxi was just a willful warehouse manager who embezzled public funds. "Do you blame me for meddling?" Bian Changxi shook her head. "Originally, those people talked too much and were too annoying. I just wanted to shut them up. I didn't intend to show off." She recalled the reactions of those people and chuckled, thinking, okay, maybe there was a little bit of intention to show off. Jealousy is a very tormenting emotion. She swaggered around showing that she had countless supplies, even dropping lines like, "I really don't care for this little bit of supplies, you guys just take it." Such arrogant words must have made those people sick with envy. Moreover, Bian Changxi, a discarded child of the family, had achieved a complete reversal of fortune, coming from behind to surpass them. She didn't have to do anything. Those people wouldn't sleep well tonight. Actually, as a giant in the catering industry, the Bian family definitely brought a lot of food. Not to mention, they took a certain shortcut this time, so their family fortune should be quite substantial. But as soon as they entered the base, 1/3 was slaughtered off. Later, housing difficulties, settlement difficulties, livelihood difficulties, and medical difficulties. They were exploited by the base item by item. Plus, they always posed as philanthropists, sponsoring this and aiding that, putting on a compassionate face. In reality, it was all to develop connections. It would be strange if they weren't poor. Bian Changxi's 5 truckloads of supplies would definitely make them both happy and hateful. Of course, her purpose was more than that. After holding it in, she finally couldn't help but defend herself. "Actually, I had other objectives." Seeing both brothers looking at her, she said, "I specifically asked Qiao in advance to gather some people with improper conduct, as well as people who are outwardly in harmony but secretly at odds with the Bian family. I gave the things in front of them. I also gave a few boxes of firearms. Those guns were only on the top layer. Underneath was all dried grass. Even the guns on the top layer mostly had no ammo. So I think it will be very lively over there recently. The security of the base wasn't very good. There were people who wanted to gain without working, people who schemed against their compatriots because they lacked the courage to face zombies, and people with good strength but terrible character. These were all factors of social unrest. Robbery and theft incidents were still very common. With the Bian family suddenly getting so many good things, would anyone be unable to resist the temptation to act? In a situation where hatred of the rich was widespread, and these rich people were arrogant and self-important, the Bian family had gathered a circle under the guise of being the big brother and fellow sufferers. Everyone's situation was about the same, but when they suddenly became rich overnight, one could imagine their predicament. What's more, Bian Changxi knew quite well which people in the base were the most vicious, difficult, and daring. Although it seemed she had asked Qiao to gather a group of thugs, she had actually secretly selected them. Most of the people she got were guys who didn't have the guts to do big bad things, but had the patience and ability to do countless small bad things. Even if they didn't kill the Bian family, they could discuss them to death. Add to that their fellow travelers, those consortiums and partners. Regardless of whether they did anything on the surface, their relationship with the Bian family would definitely stiffen in secret. Once the Bian family lost people's hearts, how arrogant could they continue to be? Why did she give 5 truckloads of supplies? Bian Quang had only driven over a 2-ton box truck. She returned 5 8-ton medium trucks. Those supplies were so abundant that the Bian family courtyard couldn't hold them at all. It immediately made her wallet much slimmer. Her brain wasn't fried. Doing this was all waiting for them right here. Gu Xu understood her meaning. He shook his head. Making the Bian family suffer wasn't difficult. Her method of hurting herself before hurting the enemy wasn't very clever, but after all, it was their family affair, so he couldn't say too much. "If you need help, tell me." Bian Changxi knew the matter was passed over. She laughed hee-hee twice. "I'm broke now. From now on, I'll have to rely on Captain Gu." After mealtime, Bian Quang hurried over. He had been out of the base today and only heard about the matter upon returning. He rushed over immediately. After much persuasion, he managed to get the villa guards to pass a message. Bian Changxi went out and talked with him for a long time before sending him away, his face gloomy. When Bian Changxi came back, her mood wasn't great either. Contrary to her expectations, when she hinted that Bian Quang should distance himself from those people, his response was, flesh and blood relatives, how can we just cast them aside? Relatives my foot. Then came another sentence. I'm relieved you have Captain Gu looking after you here, but they. It was as if something exploded in Bian Changxi's mind. She froze completely. His previous apologies and attempts to push responsibility onto himself suddenly tasted wrong no matter how she thought about them. It seemed that something, along with that sentence, had slowly changed its flavor. For the next few days, Bian Changxi ran between the hospital and the villa. The first 20 patients had recovered and been discharged, and she was already treating the subsequent patients. This matter caused a huge sensation. The threshold of the villa was almost worn down by visitors. These people were either probing for information, wanting to meet Bian Changxi, hoping she would see their sick subordinates, or even arrogantly trying to poach her right in front of Gu Xu. Bian Changxi had thought that exposing her healing ability would bring trouble, but she didn't expect it to reach the point of being unbearably annoying. From then on, her schedule was disrupted. She went to the hospital secretly, never at a fixed time. At other times, she hid in the villa. If someone came to visit, she pretended not to be there, out of sight, out of mind. As for the 2 critically ill patients in the villa, under the daily medicinal baths, Shadow cleared a bit of toxin every day, and his condition was getting better and better. Wu Dalang's physical condition also improved significantly. One night, with everyone present, they invited Su Chensi to perform the procedure, and then he entered the formal treatment stage. What troubled Bian Changxi was that she was stuck at the peak of Tier 2. There were no signs of breaking through the barrier to reach Tier 3. After delaying for 10 days or so, she decided to leave the base and earn money. Early in the morning, she went to the hospital first and treated the 10 new patients for the day. Based on her feelings, she estimated their recovery dates and recorded them in their medical records. These materials would be reviewed and studied later. Then she headed straight for the west gate of the base. Her destination this time was a steel wholesale center to the west. New survivors entered the base every day, and construction projects were happening every moment. The consumption of building materials was a huge number. Therefore, relevant units, collectives, and even the management level had issued tasks for steel. However, because the steel market was far away, and these things were bulky and heavy, an ordinary space user couldn't carry much back. Those without space users shouldn't even dream about it. Most importantly, how could this stuff compare to the value of living supplies? The remuneration wasn't high either, so very few people accepted this kind of task. Bian Changxi took this task only in passing, because among the locations Gu Pei provided that were suitable for gathering supplies, one was at the steel wholesale center. After reviewing the detailed materials for this location, she also recalled it. There was a large wholesale market there, with a very complete range of goods. Steel wholesale was just one of them. In fact, from the beginning, that location was one of the base's looting targets. However, due to the long distance, the presence of other resource-concentrated locations around the base, and the need for manpower everywhere during the initial development of the base, it had been delayed. Of the locations Gu Pei gave, this was the farthest, but not necessarily the most dangerous. According to Bian Changxi's memory, the base didn't pay too high a price to capture this place in her previous life. It was just that there were too many supplies. The transport vehicles alone took several days to move everything back and forth, causing quite a sensation. When Bian Changxi arrived at the west gate of the base, there were already many people in the square. Everyone formed small teams. Some stood quietly together. Those were fixed teams or teams with set numbers. Those still shouting like hawkers were temporary squads looking to fill spots. Hay looking for a heavy hitter. Fire type priority, ice type second, wind and earth types also wanted. Wood type. Need a healer. Need someone with long legs. Who's durable and can take a beating. Such shouts rose one after another. This was a unique scene that had to be performed inside the 4 main gates every morning. Because much of the inspiration for base construction came from novels and games, people developed the habit of using terms, habits, or actions from novels and games in their daily lives. For example, a clothing factory was called a tailor shop by everyone. A place selling knives and protective gear was a weapon shop. Those newcomers who were allocated a piece of open land to build their living quarters called it Novice Village. When they were dead tired and had no strength, they would say my health points is low. When their ability was exhausted, it was mana is empty. There were countless examples like this. It was quite interesting, carrying a sense of finding joy in bitterness and self-mockery. People enjoyed it. Shouting to form teams in the square before a mission like this, wasn't that something common in holographic novels? People felt a bit weird imitating it at first, but after a while, it felt natural. Bian Changxi walked over slowly. Some particularly enthusiastic people came up to pull her in. Bian Changxi shook her head and refused them all, walking to the end of the line. The inspection at the gate ahead was already underway. The inspection for leaving the base was relatively loose, so it would be her turn soon. However, looking ahead, Bian Changxi's face suddenly changed slightly. What is that broken instrument doing out again? She saw a device, like a security gate, at the main entrance ahead. Everyone going out had to pass through that gate. It was connected to a display screen on one side, and staff members were there maintaining order. Damn it, how did I forget about this? That security gate was the newly released instrument for detecting space types. The name was simple. Space Detector, also jokingly called the Demon Revealing Mirror. It was an instrument to detect whether a person was a space type, and if there were things in their space and how much. The instrument Gu Pei brought back some time ago was the predecessor of this thing. It was said to have major malfunctions. She didn't expect a new generation of space detectors to be developed in just a few days. Truly unlucky. Ordinary space users were afraid of this thing, and she, Bian Changxi, absolutely could not get near it. She had already revealed that she was a dual wood and space type user, but her space was fundamentally not something this inferior product could detect. It was originally such a good thing, perfect for playing the pig to eat the tiger. But in the current situation, it would only expose the fact that her space couldn't be detected, which would be another trouble. Miscalculation, miscalculation. Bian Changxi quietly withdrew from the line, took a step back, turned to leave, and almost collided with someone. Why aren't you lining up anymore? A clear, low voice rang out. Bian Changxi said in surprise, Gu Xu. Gu Xu was dressed in a black combat uniform, looking sharp and capable. Just standing there, he had an indescribable aura that others lacked. In short, he was extremely eye-catching, not to mention the snow-white, cat-like little beast standing on his shoulder. He looked down at her and said, so surprised. My itinerary today is on the same route as yours. Let's go together. Itinerary. Route. Bian Changxi subconsciously looked behind him. There wasn't a single person. You are. Milk suddenly jumped into her arms. She reached out to hold him, looking at Gu Xu in confusion. Official business. Gu Xu pulled her back into the line. Now that our matters in the base are mostly handled, the next step is to go out of the city for combat operations. The organization sent me as a scout to investigate the situation first. Bian Changxi felt a black line drop. The organization. Isn't that just you appointing yourself? You're going to the wholesale center too. It's a good choice. Oh, then your organization's leader must not have very good eyesight. That place was far away and not suitable for the daily activities of a large group of troops. She frowned at the front. I forgot to bring something. I need to go back first. Meeting Gu Xu's bright and steady gaze, she suddenly found herself at a loss for words. After hesitating for a short while, she whispered, I can't go through that space detector. Gu Xu didn't ask why. He looked up, glanced at it, and smiled faintly. What's difficult about that? When it was their turn, the staff member extended a hand. Please pass through the space detector. Gu Xu, however, took out his identity card. I am Gu Xu of Jiang City. According to regulations, I do not need to pass through this instrument. Where there are people, there are privileges. As a leader of a faction, Gu Xu naturally had various privileges. For someone of his rank, they generally wouldn't leave the base, or at least they wouldn't go out alone and blend in with the crowd. At such times, could they be expected to pass through this narrow gate under the watchful eyes of their subordinates and be inspected by unknown rays? That would definitely be a loss of dignity. Not only the space detector, but for many current and future technologies, as long as they targeted the individual human body, they would have certain exemptions. The staff member obviously recognized Gu Xu. Seeing it was him, he was startled and quickly swiped the identity card, then respectfully returned it with both hands. Captain Gu, you do not need to undergo inspection, but this lady beside you. Gu Xu curled his lips slightly and raised his eyes. The staff member shivered. Please proceed together. Have a safe journey. The two of them came out just like that. Bian Changxi shook her head and sighed. Privilege is really useful. What's useful is strength. She thought about it. It was indeed true. Thinking of her future predicament, she shamelessly leaned over. Then, capable Captain Gu, since I'll inevitably have to pass through that gate when entering and exiting alone in the future, can you think of a way to solve this once and for all? Gu Xu glanced at her without answering. Where's your car? Planning to walk there. Bian Changxi was a bit disappointed. She turned her head to survey the surroundings. As soon as one exited the base, there was an extremely wide and flat square. Along the perimeter wall, there were survivors sleeping in the open. Some were dressed in rags and were skinny and bony, looking very pitiful. Bian Changxi had been one of them in her previous life. After looking for a moment, she felt emotional and couldn't bear to watch any longer. She pointed to the cement road ahead. Let's get the car over there. She noticed that in the distance, against the base of the wall, a large group of people had gathered in a huge area. Tents made of cloth, wooden shacks made of boards, flat houses made of broken bricks, and small houses made of foam boards. Although the shapes and colors varied, the whole thing formed its own style, looking like an autonomous small tribe. At this moment, men were gathered in groups of 2 or 3 in front of the houses talking, women were cooking and washing, and children were sent out to search and dig all over the ground. Bian Changxi knew at a glance that they were looking for food. Unfortunately, there were only some withered grass roots on the ground. Those children in tattered clothes couldn't find anything, so they had to dig up the grass roots. Look, there's a dandelion here. The children gathered around in surprise. The child who found the dandelion carefully dug up the plant and held it like a treasure to take back. The other children showed envious looks. Someone shouted, "There's a sneaker here." Chuik, look for the other one. Bian Changxi frowned. They are the group from the mountains. Because they were dirt poor, lacked talent, and had no backing, these thousands of people had been refused settlement in the base. Gu Xu also looked over there and sighed softly. On their first day here, a conflict occurred with the base. Bian Changxi understood immediately. It was probably because they waited too long for entry procedures. They didn't understand the rules and were too simple, doing something that offended some powerful figures. This was why so many survivors were kept outside the main gate, but dared not complain. Because if they behaved honestly, they would at most wait a few days. If they resisted, their fate might be the same as these people from the backward mountain areas, never getting in. Not getting in meant not being protected by the walls and the army, facing risks every night, and being isolated and ostracized. No matter how sympathetic people were, no one would get close to these people who had been abandoned and rejected by the base. However, they might be getting rid of this situation soon, Gu Xu said. They have cultivated a Tier 3 ice user. Just as they were speaking, a team of people came out from there. They were all men. Because of the hot weather, several were even shirtless. Their luggage consisted of torn cloth bundles or snakeskin bags. They wore broken shoes or even hand-woven straw sandals on their feet, and old hats on their heads or backs. They walked straight toward Gu Xu and Bian Changxi, displaying the style of authentic migrant workers. A well-dressed, tall, and mighty man was speaking to the person at the very front of these migrant workers. As long as you can complete this mission, plus your skills, Daishan, the difficulty of bringing your common folks into the base will be greatly reduced. I will also help you work things out and go through the procedures. Before long, you will be able to have your own bright and sturdy houses. Thank you so much, Brother Leopard. I, Daishan, will never forget your kindness for the rest of my life, the man said excitedly. As the two men spoke, they looked up and saw Gu Xu and Bian Changxi. The tall, powerful man froze for a moment, then his face lit up with joy. Captain Gu, Miss Bian, what a coincidence to run into you here. Are you too? This tall man with explosive muscles was none other than Brother Leopard. Bian Changxi hadn't seen him in quite a while and was a bit surprised by his tone. He seemed to be quite familiar with Gu Xu. As expected, Gu Xu, who rarely showed a pleasant expression to outsiders, managed a slight smile. Director Li on the job. He explained to Bian Changxi, the reason I was able to get to the Jiandai tunnel in time was all thanks to Director Li's notice. Bian Changxi was very surprised. Captain Gu, please don't call me director. I owe my position today to your promotion. You can call me Little Li or Abao, just not director. I was at the Jiandai tunnel on business that day and happened to hear about Miss Bian's situation. If I had known it was really you they were talking about, I would have risked everything to rescue you first. Li Bo, also known as Leopard or Brother Leopard, spoke humbly, but inwardly he was cursing his bad luck. Why did he have to run into Gu Xu here of all places? This Daishan next to him, who came from the mountains, had just advanced to a Tier 3 ice ability user. Barring any accidents, his future was set. Yesterday, their leader had gone to the administrative hall to apply for everyone to move into the base. He had just happened to hear this news and got an idea. A Tier 3 ability user and a powerful ice type at that, the base would definitely try to recruit him. It wasn't a long-term solution to have 6,000 or 7,000 people from the mountains living outside the base. The higher-ups had already taught them a lesson for their recklessness and ignorance, and now that the goal was more than achieved, they wouldn't hold it against them forever. They would probably take this opportunity to let them in. So why not do them a favor? He had put in some effort to take on this task, proactively contacting them, analyzing the situation, and even helping them accept a steal mission that no one else had taken but was definitely beneficial to the base's development. If they completed it, even if they only brought back 1 or 2 steel plates, the base would have a reason to let them in. When the time came, he would have earned a solid personal favor and a minor public credit. What a great deal. He hadn't expected to run into Gu Xu. These mountain folk were always looking to connect with influential figures. If they managed to get in with Gu Xu, what would be left for him? With just a few words from Gu Xu, this group could probably move into bright, sturdy houses within a few days. If he had to handle the procedures, it would likely take at least a week. That's why he was cursing his luck. But then again, Gu Xu was a man of his word. Last time, he had passed on the news about Bian Changxi, and after Gu Xu rescued her, he found him that very night. The next day, he started pulling strings for him. On the third day, the position of Deputy Director of the Foreign Affairs Management Committee fell into his lap. He had transformed into an official with real power within the system. It was like a giant pie had fallen from the sky. He was genuinely grateful for Gu Xu returning the favor. He was also shocked by Gu Xu's efficiency and influence. He knew that personnel changes within the base's management system were not something an outsider could easily interfere with. For Gu Xu to secure such a position for an outsider like him, all while contending with some of the base's major figures, spoke volumes. Thinking of this, he decided not to play games with Gu Xu and introduced them with a natural smile. We were just discussing the matter of relocating the people from Dai Village into the base with the Foreign Affairs Management Committee. I'm mainly in charge of following up on this task, and I came today to go over some key points. This is Daishan, a Tier 3 ice ability user. Brother Daishan, this is the renowned Captain Gu Xu. He didn't mention that Gu Xu was the top figure in Jiang City, even though everyone knew it. After all, Gu Xu had taken power midway through, and the base leadership hadn't officially acknowledged it, so it was better left unsaid. Daishan and the people behind him lit up, their eyes filled with something close to worship as they looked at Gu Xu. Daishan was a bit incoherent. Captain Gu. Hello, I'm always hearing everyone talk about you. I really admire you. Gu Xu smiled and extended his hand. Hello. The other man immediately rubbed his hands vigorously on his clothes before shaking Gu Xu's hand with both of his. From the looks of it, you're all heading out. Yes, we're going to get that steel. Daishan wasn't good with words, so Li Bo took over. Captain Gu knows that having a contribution to the base on record makes all the subsequent arrangements a bit better after entering. So they found a mission to get some steel from the Red Sun Wholesale Market to the west. Gu Xu nodded and looked at the group. There were 7 or 8 of them, but besides Daishan, the rest were only Tier 1 ability users. Their strength was quite weak. He asked, do you have a vehicle? It's a fair distance to the wholesale market, and walking will take too much time. Since we've run into each other, I'll have someone send over 2 cars. No, that's not necessary. We can walk. Bian Changxi suddenly said, there's no need to have them sent over. We have some right here, don't we? With a wave of her hand, 2 trucks appeared out of thin air on the empty ground, leaving Daishan and the others utterly astonished. Li Bo's eyebrows twitched as well. Bian Changxi winked at Gu Xu. These were the same trucks that Qiao Yun had used to block her family's door. She had stored them afterward and had forgotten to return them. Ultimately, they were Gu Xu's trucks. Gu Xu said, this is for the best. Don't refuse. Safety is the top priority on a round trip. You're carrying the earnest hopes of your fellow villagers on your shoulders. The men looked back and saw that many people from Dai Village had come out and were watching them with anticipation. A man next to Daishan, who was a bit more worldly than him, said, then we'll be shameless and borrow the trucks for now. They had vehicles, and the sun was already high in the sky. What were they waiting for? Everyone excitedly and nimbly climbed into the trucks. Gu Xu and Bian Changxi exchanged a look and walked to the side of the road. Bian Changxi released a Toyota SUV that was about 80% new, one she had acquired back in Longyue town. Gu Xu got in the driver's seat, and Bian Changxi sat leisurely in the passenger seat as the vehicle led the way. The first road they had to take was West Avenue. With Gu Xu's status, they didn't even have to pay the toll. Cradling milk, Bian Changxi said regretfully, if I'd known you were coming, I wouldn't have bothered taking a mission. I only did it to get a small discount on the toll and commission fees, but with you here, it's all reduced to 0. Your face is more useful than any pass. Gu Xu chuckled. Then why didn't you suggest I come out with you? You're so busy. No matter how busy I am, I have to make time for you. Gu Xu's sudden remark silenced the car. Bian Changxi froze, glancing at his handsome, serious profile. For a moment, she almost thought she had imagined it. Why did it feel like he had come out specifically for her today? No, that thought was too narcissistic and creepy. Gu Xu added, I'm just kidding. Things inside are mostly settled. With Qiao Feng holding down the fort, it's enough. I also wanted to come out and stretch my legs. Bian Changxi secretly let out a huge sigh of relief. The two then started talking about medical affairs. Currently, only 1/3 of the patients with ulceration and atrophy had recovered. Last week, Gu Xu had officially separated Hu Ich Wen from Jiang City's medical team and taken over that area himself again. As a result, Bian Changxi's authority in the hospital had increased, and her voice carried more weight. She was already training some wood element users, loyal to Gu Xu, and secretly researching other types of strange illnesses. After all the research, the only conclusion was, we'll have to wait until Tier 3 and see if there's a solution. The conversation eventually turned back to Li Bo. Gu Xu briefly recounted the events of that day. Li Bo is a decent person. Don't be fooled by his fierce and gloomy appearance. He's actually very pragmatic and was privately helping people get into the base early on. At the same time, he's very adaptable. He'll side with whoever has power. Siding with the winner isn't necessarily a bad quality. Bian Changxi lowered her head in silence for a moment. Back then, Li Bo had conspired against her. But times had changed. Today, he was capable of fawning over Gu Xu, which meant it was highly unlikely he would try any funny business again. Gu Xu was advising her not to judge people so harshly, to let bygones be bygones. Her past judgments might not always apply. She nodded. I understand. West Avenue was short. Gu Xu floored it, driving from one end to the other in 5 or 6 minutes before turning onto a dilapidated highway left over from before the apocalypse, where he slowed down. Many survivors could be seen on the road. Most were in cars, but a good number were on foot. All were hurrying forward, splitting off at various forks in the road or heading directly into the dense woods. Bian Changxi took out the latest pre-apocalypse map and traced a finger across it. Let's take the suburban avenue. We can bypass the city center and densely populated residential areas. The route will be a bit longer, but there should be fewer zombies. She estimated that if there weren't too many obstacles, it would take an hour to reach the Red Sun Wholesale Market, give or take. But accidents always happen when you were out. The time would definitely be longer. It's 7:30 now. Even if we spend 2 hours on the road, we should still have plenty of time. She shook her head, wondering where people like Dai Shan, who had planned to walk, would spend the night. Gu Xu glanced at the map. We're not taking a detour. We'll go straight down the main road. Huh? But that goes through the city. It doesn't. The road was riddled with potholes, but Gu Xu drove with remarkable stability. Even the unavoidable bumps were navigated as smoothly as a motorboat gliding over water, effortless and composed, completely avoiding any harsh jolts. Looking at other vehicles bouncing around miserably, their passengers complaining endlessly, one had to admit that riding in Gu Xu's car was a pleasure. He steered with one hand while tapping a spot on the map with the other. We'll get on the overpass before the city center. Head north for 2 kilometers, then take the mountain road up Jiujiang Mountain. The Red Sun Market is right at the bottom. It's about a half-hour drive in total. There's a mountain road here. Before the apocalypse, it was a training ground for race car drivers and a venue for racing competitions. It wasn't generally open to the public, so not many people know about it. Bian Changxi thought for a moment. Since it's related to racing, it must be difficult to drive. And being on a mountain, won't mutant plants be a problem? Gu Xu swerved around a deep pit, turning the wheel sharply onto another road. The trees on both sides grew denser. Suddenly, a zombie appeared from nowhere and lunged at the front of the car. Gu Xu's eyes sharpened. He immediately reversed, and the zombie, stumbling from its forward momentum, slammed hard into the car again. The sudden impact nearly sent Bian Changxi flying forward. Gu Xu pressed a hand on her shoulder to steady her and said, when the base was doing its planning, they surveyed the land from the air to get a more direct and clear overview. I've been up in a plane twice and looked down on Jiujiang Mountain. The plants there are relatively docile, and there's no aura of danger. Speaking of which, this car of yours performs quite well. In fact, just last night, he had taken a fighter jet to survey the skies above Jiujiang Mountain to confirm there was nothing powerful or dangerous there. Bian Changxi quickly sat up straight, a little ashamed. She couldn't even keep her balance from such a small jolt. When had she become so useless? She glanced at the zombie, which had been sent flying off the road, half its head smashed in. If that's the case, then I'll listen to you. Gu Xu drove at high speed, especially after getting onto the main city road. The road was flat and the ride was smooth. Even with obstacles littering the path, he weaved left and right without stopping, as if nothing could stand in his way. Bian Changxi was secretly amazed. Sometimes the passages were so narrow that only a sliver of space remained. A normal person, including herself, would have gotten out to measure if they could pass. But Gu Xu seemed to be able to calculate it with a single glance, adjusting his path in advance and then clearing it in one go, literally scraping by. On the rare occasion the road was completely blocked, he could immediately find an alternate route. After a while, her curiosity got the better of her, and she asked him how he was so familiar with the traffic conditions here. He replied nonchalantly, "I've studied the maps." Bian Changxi looked down at the map in her hands. Setting aside whether it was detailed down to the street level, even if it was, how could anyone possibly remember it all? There were many zombies in the city. Even on the outskirts, wandering zombies were everywhere. The mindless ones swarmed toward them like flies to meat. After confirming that the Toyota had a powerful engine and a sturdy frame, Gu Xu would first try to evade them, but if he couldn't, he would simply ram through. The benefit of this bold and aggressive approach was that they reached the foot of Jiujiang Mountain in just over 10 minutes and were soon on the winding mountain road. Noticing Bian Changxi's pale face, Gu Xu said with self-awareness, "You can't give those low-level zombies a chance to surround you. If you find this too stressful, we won't take this road on the way back." Bian Changxi took a breath and shot him a small glare. This wasn't driving. It was a death wish, even more terrifying than their escape from the Tesco supermarket in Jiang City. But when she checked the damage to the car, she found it was actually less severe. All right, it wasn't just his aggressive driving that had leveled up, but his skill as well. She turned to look at the scenery outside the window. The mountain was lush and green. There were some bizarrely shaped plants, but she indeed felt no threatening aura. The mountain road was just a bit treacherous, not only steep, but with particularly dangerous turns. Gu Xu, however, remained calm and composed, driving at a steady pace. As the car climbed higher, Bian Changxi suddenly spotted a large convoy moving across the crisscrossing roads below. At first, she thought it was just another group of survivors, but upon closer inspection, she saw they were in neat military formation and their direction of travel. She paused. "Are those people also going to the wholesale center?" Gu Xu nodded. "That's the Sioux City base's army. I heard they made a last-minute decision to advance on Red Sun, but they're determined to succeed. If we want to get anything, we have to get there before them." Bian Changxi now understood why he had taken a shortcut. "Then we have to hurry," she said, rolling down the window and glaring at the roadside, ready to deal with any leaning trees that might block their path. A faint smile touched Gu Xu's lips as he increased the car's speed. In the end, they weren't the first to arrive at the Red Sun Wholesale Center that day. The Toyota drove down a road, the wholesale market already visible in the distance. Suddenly, both of their expressions shifted slightly, and they said in unison, "Someone's here." Gu Xu slowed the car, and Bian Changxi gripped a pistol in her hand, sitting quietly behind the window. As they rounded a corner, the sight of two groups facing off in the middle of the street came into view. One group was composed entirely of men. Their clothing and weapons were of high quality, their gazes sharp and filled with killing intent. They clearly had a powerful backer. As for the people on the other side, Gu Xu and Bian Changxi recognized most of them. It was Bian Quang, Zhu Yunhwa, and their people. "You say this is your territory, then show us some proof. Why shouldn't we be allowed in?" "Yeah, if you're the owner of this land, then the zombies inside must be your servants, right? Tell them to come out and greet us." "Give me a break. A designated zone. Just because it's close to your base, it's yours. Then why don't you just move your home here?" These shouts came from the people behind Bian Changxi and Gu Xu. The other side was much more civilized. Their faces were cold, and they remained silent, the atmosphere as heavy as a mountain. Proof. The Red Sun Wholesale Market was managed and operated by our family. We were the ones who cleared the surrounding zombies layer by layer, said a stern-looking man who appeared to be their leader. We're just about to reap the rewards, and you show up wanting to snatch them. Don't you think that's a bit shameless? That's right, get lost. If you piss us off, we don't care if you're from Sioux City base, we won't be polite. Don't mistake a tiger for a sick cat. Do you think the people of Qiao family base are cowards? The crowd echoed their agreement. Bian Changxi knew then that these people were from the Qiao family base. The flu outbreak before the apocalypse had been relatively mild in Sioux City. As a major economic, cultural, and military hub, many people had moved in after the apocalypse, and almost no one had left. The military had established several bases on the foundations of the military district, collectively known as the Sioux City base. Other influential individuals had organized their own small bases. The Qiao family base was considered the most powerful among them. It included some administrative personnel and had absorbed nearly 20,000 police officers from Sioux City. Coupled with the deep roots of the Qiao family, a clan that had risen from humble beginnings, they had managed to build a proper base. With a population of 200,000, it was just a fraction of the Sioux City base, but its atmosphere was much better. At least, incidents of backstabbing and infighting were rare. In terms of overall strength, the Qiao family base was like a grain of rice compared to the pearl that was Sioux City base. But in terms of average individual strength, the Qiao family base was formidable. It was full of capable people, with at least 8 or 9 out of 10 being ambitious and proactive. It was a true elite base. Another thing about this base was that it was built radiating outward from the Qiao family's enterprise in the suburbs. The Red Sun Wholesale Market was located in a similar suburban area, making the two very close. The Toyota remained parked quietly at the corner. Amidst the blowing trash, only ruined walls and a somber atmosphere were visible. The remains of human skeletons littered the area, a testament to the tragic stories that had unfolded here. Bian Changxi looked toward the standoff. Both factions were large, and tempers were running high. It looked like a fight could break out at any moment. Gu Yunhua's side included not only his own men and one of Bian Changxi's regular squads, but also others, all from the Sioux City base. She couldn't figure it out. For them to be here now, they must have set out very early. That was understandable. But why had they all gathered here by chance? The steel mission had been posted for a long time with few takers, which suggested that not many people came this way. Thinking about the army that was about to arrive, she had a strange, indescribable feeling. Gu Xu gazed ahead and explained softly, the reward for the steel mission suddenly skyrocketed yesterday afternoon. Bian Changxi had accepted the mission that morning, when the reward was still pitifully low. The beautiful staff member who processed her request had even looked down on her for it. Why? The Qiao family base was planning to launch a final assault on the Red Sun Market today. With that one sentence, Bian Changxi understood. The Red Sun Market was right on the Qiao family base's doorstep, and with its abundant resources, they had long considered this prize theirs for the taking. But it was a tough nut to crack. The desolate surroundings were proof of how many had come and never returned. The time must have finally been right, or perhaps, as their stern leader had said, they had painstakingly cleared the periphery and were about to harvest the fruits of their labor, only for the news to leak to the Sioux City base. Of course, the Sioux City base wouldn't just stand by and watch such a prize fall into someone else's pocket. So they quickly encouraged their people to come here on missions, with their own army following close behind to back them up. The elite troops that were about to arrive were coming to claim a piece of the pie. As for why they sent ordinary people first, it was likely so the army could claim they were there to support their base's citizens, giving them a legitimate reason to be there. So you're saying I've stumbled into this mess completely by accident? Whether it's a mess or a lucky last chance, Gu Xu said slowly, a hint of a smile in his voice depends on the choice you make. Bian Changxi's eyes lit up. That's right. After today, the Red Sun Market would either be emptied or divided between the two bases and put under their control. She wouldn't be able to get anything from it then. Although the timing was tight, it wasn't impossible to fish in these troubled waters. If she had come alone today, she might have had to reconsider, but with Gu Xu here, the feasibility of the plan increased dramatically. Once she figured it out, she couldn't help but beam. She turned to Gu Xu with a fawning smile. Captain Gu, I've been so poor lately. How about we pull a job? 50-50 split. She held up her palm, fingers spread wide. Milk, who was in her arms, rolled over and sat up, lifting his right front paw and extending his paw pad as well. Two pairs of dark, round eyes stared at him. Amused, Gu Xu's mood lifted considerably. Without a word, he turned and pushed open the car door. Bian Changxi also smiled and opened her door. They got out silently, stored the car, and moved closer to each other, observing the situation ahead once more. Gu Xu had parked the car in a concealed spot where they could see the others, but the others, busy with their argument, hadn't noticed them. Furthermore, both of them were powerful, with a far greater understanding of their abilities than ordinary people. As long as they were careful, it would be difficult for others to detect their presence even at close range. Bian Changxi stood next to Gu Xu. If it weren't for his faint breathing and the slight warmth emanating from beneath his thin clothes, she could close her eyes and not even feel him standing there. He had concealed his aura perfectly. She didn't know what to say. Gu Xu was unbelievably capable. It had only been a little over 3 months since he had awakened his ability, yet he wielded it with such skill, as if it were an innate power. And he had reached Tier 3 so effortlessly. How was a reborn person like herself, still struggling at Tier 2, supposed to feel? Gu Xu made a hand signal, and the two of them circled around in another direction. The desolate roads, streets, and alleys were a crisscrossing maze filled with obstacles. Gu Xu, having studied the maps in depth, led Bian Changxi through a series of twists and turns, getting very close to the wholesale market area. The people from the Qiao family base hadn't been lying. They had indeed cleared the outer areas. But the closer they got to the core, the more zombies they saw. There were signs of fighting everywhere. The sounds of abilities and machine guns intertwined with the furious roars of zombies and the tragic screams of humans. Blood flowed everywhere they went, with fresh corpses of both zombies and humans lying on the ground. The pungent smell of blood and decay filled the air. Gu Xu and Bian Changxi exchanged a look. The Qiao family base hadn't secured the area at all. Damn it, those bastards from Sioux City base are almost here. How much have we loaded? Boss can't hold on much longer. Maybe we should retreat for now. We can still negotiate with those people. Shouts came from ahead. Just then, at the intersection in front of Bian Changxi, a person was sent flying toward them. A pillar of water followed like a snake, wrapping around his neck. The man was tough. With a loud roar, he grabbed the solid water pillar with one hand and reached for the pin of a grenade on his belt with the other. Gu Xu flicked his finger, and a small spark hit the man's wrist, stopping his suicide attempt. At the same time, a fire chain locked onto the water pillar, instantly evaporating it into steam. The remaining water pillar, startled, tried to flee, but Gu Xu wrapped his chain around it in the opposite direction and then dashed out. Bian Changxi immediately went to the man's side. He was a burly, valiant-looking man in his 30s. Half of his face was completely mangled, one eye was ruined, and the other was filled with blood. Blood poured from his nose and mouth, and his body was covered in whip-like marks. He was a mess of injuries. Even Bian Changxi was shocked at first glance. She carefully placed her hand near his injured face and channeled her energy. A crystalline green light instantly enveloped the man's head and spread downward. As soon as she touched him, she could tell that although his injuries looked severe, he was a Quasi-Tier 3, very powerful. Since she was treating him in time, his life was not in danger. She looked toward Gu Xu, who was now facing a zombie. It was a water element zombie, standing behind a few wrecked cars, shooting tough, flexible pillars of water from its mouth. They were less like pillars and more like whips, lashing through the air with extreme speed and ferocity. Anyone hit would undoubtedly be sent flying, just like the injured man. Because the water whips were extremely long and agile, and several attacked at once, they were very difficult to dodge unless one moved out of their attack range. However, Bian Changxi noticed that 2 of the whips were specifically blocking Gu Xu's escape route, intertwining strangely in the air, seemingly waiting for him to retreat. Bian Changxi's brow furrowed in concentration. This zombie's control over its ability was at a very high level. Looking at its appearance, a zombie with tattered clothes but very little decay on its muscles and skin, she knew her guess was right. This was a zombie with great evolutionary potential. In other words, a master. She looked back at Gu Xu. He had passively dodged a few times, and then, as if he had figured out the pattern, he moved both hands. 4 or 5 fire chains bloomed from his hands like flowers, spiraling out to counter the water whip's attacks one by one. When water and fire meet, according to the ancient theory of the 5 elements, water overcomes fire. But the next line is that with enough fire, water dries up. That was exactly what was happening now. When Gu Xu's fire chains met the water whips, the flames suddenly flared up, enveloping the whips. With a series of sizzling sounds, clouds of steam rose into the air. Gu Xu's fire chains pressed forward, giving the zombie almost no time to react before wrapping around it, instantly forming a massive fireball. The zombie struggled furiously within the flames, but its body was locked in place by Gu Xu. It could only shoot out countless water whips, but they were burned away by Gu Xu after extending only a meter or 2. In the end, the zombie could only spit out a few splashes of water before letting out an unwilling roar and collapsing to the ground. Gu Xu scanned his surroundings warily, then strode over to Bian Changxi and knelt down. "How is he?" "He won't die, but he won't wake up for a while either." Bian Changxi glanced at Gu Xu, her eyes shining, then looked at the man on the ground, who had stopped groaning under the treatment of her wood element energy and had fallen unconscious. "But he's lost a lot of blood and needs fluids urgently. I can't do anything about that." "What are we? What should we do with him?" If they left him here, he would probably be devoured by a zombie in minutes. But taking him with them would be inconvenient and add a significant amount of risk and trouble. After all, they were in zombie territory. Even Gu Xu couldn't afford to be careless. Carrying this man wouldn't be a problem for him, but if something happened, he might not be able to protect Bian Changxi. That was unacceptable. Saving people was fine, even necessary, but never at the cost of his teammates' safety. Gu Xu thought for a moment. Let's return him to his own people. After checking with Bian Changxi, he gently lifted the man onto his back. Suddenly, Milk let out a low cry, darted out, and returned with something in his mouth. Bian Changxi smiled and bent down to let him drop it into her hand. It was a crystal core, a Tier 3 blue core from the water element zombie. Milk yipped, pouncing around Bian Changxi's feet. She petted him. "Good boy. You'll get extra food when we get back." On their way to the base, Bian Changxi had been frantically collecting crystal cores. Sometimes, when she was too busy, she would have Milk dig them out. The little guy was smart. After a couple of training sessions, he was now a master at digging out cores. He would extend his sharp claws from his paw pads and give a firm swipe, and it would be done. He definitely wouldn't get himself splattered like he did at the beginning. They hadn't hunted in half a month, but he hadn't forgotten his old trade, which made Bian Changxi very happy. Gu Xu shook his head helplessly, glancing at the frolicking and fawning Milk. "You 2 little money grubbers. Let's go. The voices are coming from ahead. We'll find them, Of course, they couldn't just show themselves. They were here to fish in troubled waters, so they had to remain hidden. Bian Changxi nodded and put the crystal core away. Milk took off like a shot, acting as their scout, while the two of them followed behind. A group, composed mainly of young people with some middle-aged and teenage members, was surrounded by a large horde of zombies. They had gathered a good amount of supplies, but they could no longer hold back the ever-increasing number of zombies. They were preparing to retreat and negotiate with the people from Sioux City, then cooperate to take down the wholesale market together. But just as they began to withdraw, they discovered they couldn't leave. They were surrounded by zombies. Faced with the fierce, terrifying, and numerous zombies, a great fear rose in their hearts. In a city, being surrounded by zombies was the most dreadful thing imaginable. Although this wasn't a city and the zombies weren't as dense, there were still a great many of them. This was thanks to the countless fools who had come before, rushing in to die. They hadn't managed to take any supplies and had instead been turned into zombies themselves. A large portion of the zombies in the Red Sun Wholesale Market had come about this way. The more they killed, the more there were. The Qiao family base was determined to claim this juicy, but tough-to-chew piece of meat on their doorstep. After all, with so many bases in Sioux City, each had its own territory and sphere of influence, generally operating within its own area. The most feared Sioux City base, though large and powerful, wouldn't go so far as to bully the weak, or it would tarnish the military's reputation. However, some time ago, the Qiao family base received news that the Sioux City base was overwhelmed with refugees. With countless large and small construction projects underway daily, they were running critically low on steel rebar and cement. For miles around, the only place with steel was the steel wholesale center in the Red Sun Market. If the Sioux City base came for steel, would they really just take the steel and leave behind other, more important supplies? So the Qiao family base grew nervous, agitated, and angry. The leaders gathered for a meeting, devised several plans, and then began to slowly advance on the surrounding area. But yesterday, they received news that Sioux City couldn't wait any longer and would be making a move soon. That's why they had hastily launched today's all-out assault. Originally, this operation was supposed to be planned and prepared for a few more days. Who knew that even with this, they couldn't stop the Sioux City base? They had also sent a large contingent today. And it was the army. In terms of equipment, firepower, discipline, and logistics, they were simply no match for these former civilians and police officers. They sent people to block the enemy while preparing to pull the rug out from under them here, taking all the supplies and seeing the looks on the Sioux City base's faces then. Unfortunately, they had greatly overestimated themselves and underestimated the dangers of the wholesale market. They hadn't managed to get many supplies, but their casualties were severe. The team they had dispatched had already lost half its members. The leader, Qiao, had an ashen face. His back and hands were covered in blood. Fortunately, these were injuries from a zombie's ability. If he had been directly scratched by a zombie, he would have already met his end. The drain on his ability, the high mental tension, and the intense pain in his body made his vision flash white. To make matters worse, the team's 2 wood element users had been too slow to retreat earlier and were torn apart by zombies. Those were wood element users he had spent 3 months training. They were his trusted subordinates before the apocalypse. Losing them both at once was like having his heart gouged out. There were 3 space ability users in the team, 1 woman and 2 men, all huddled in the center. Qiao glanced back at them, a terrifying killing intent hidden in his eyes that made one's blood run cold. If it weren't for these 3 useless fools lingering over the supplies, then dragging their feet and cowering when it was time to leave, would they have missed their chance and ended up trapped here? But now, they still had to protect these wastes. If they died, the supplies in their spaces would be lost forever. Then this operation would be a failure beyond failure. Most of the people he had brought were his core followers. So many had already fallen. If he didn't bring back supplies, He was afraid even the old man wouldn't be able to hold on. At that time, their family. Those people must have anticipated this outcome when they kept egging them on. They wished for the Qiao family to be wiped out so they could seize power themselves. A bunch of heartless, ungrateful bastards. He gritted his teeth and asked the person beside him, "Where's the young master?" He said he was going out to check the situation just now. He hadn't returned. Damn it. Qiao Wei glared at the zombies before him. Just as he was about to give the order to attack, the zombies could no longer hold back. They lunged forward with outstretched claws and gaping, bloody mouths. If only Qiao Wei had given the order a moment sooner. But he was too consumed by anger and failed to make a decisive call at the critical moment. As a result, the morale of the wounded, exhausted team hadn't been raised when the zombies charged. They immediately panicked, and their formation fell into disarray. Hold the line. Someone was immediately in danger. Seeing the team on the verge of collapse, Qiao Wei was frantic. He threw ice spikes out like his life depended on it, shouting, "If we fight, we still have a chance. If we run, we're dead. Everyone, don't panic." Before his words faded, the head of the nearest zombie exploded like a watermelon with a bang. Everyone froze for a second. Who was so powerful? This zombie's head was harder than steel. What was even stranger was that wisps of smoke rose from the remaining cavity of its skull, which was clearly charred inside. While everyone was still in shock, a second zombie's head was blown off. Then a third, a fourth, one after another. Bang, bang, bang. It was like the horn of the death god, a call from hell. The zombies fell without any resistance. One of them, as it hit the ground, even had the crystal core from its brain shaken loose. Someone trembled all over. Someone's here. Someone's come to save us. Is it the young master? Qiao Wei was jolted back to his senses. He roared, "Damn it, don't miss this chance. Let's kill these monsters together." His mind was in turmoil. It wasn't his older brother. First, his brother didn't have such a powerful weapon. He doubted their entire Qiao family base could produce more than a few guns capable of blowing open the heads of these zombies. Second, the trajectory of the bullets clearly came from above. Would his blockheaded brother, who only knew how to charge head-on, climb up high to provide covering fire? Moreover, the person was only shooting, not calling out to them. This meant they were probably not an acquaintance, or they couldn't reveal themselves. Finally, it didn't seem to be just simple bullets. They must have been imbued with some kind of energy. And the marksmanship was too precise. For example, right now, the zombies, which had developed a bit of intelligence, realized they were being used as target practice and started moving around. They were constantly in motion during the fight, yet zombies were still being shot in the head and falling, one per second, as if calculated with precision. He glanced up. There was nothing on the building, no sign of anyone. On top of a 6-story building, Bian Changxi crouched on the rooftop, looking at the ice element leader who was clearly at the end of his rope. She shook her head inwardly. His shouts were loud, but he had no real strategy. He wasn't decisive, and in the face of a great enemy, he actually had the mind to turn around and glare at others. She recognized him. This was the second young master of the Qiao family base, also the second son of the Qiao family. He was a highly respected figure in the base, and had once represented them in negotiations with the Sioux City base. He was a rather accomplished ice element user. In her past life, when the Sioux City area fell and all the bases began a second wave of mass exodus and migration, he was the sole leader of the Qiao family base. She heard he had done well later in the Tungyang base and was highly regarded by Gu Xu. In her past life, she hadn't amounted to much, so she had looked at all the famous people with a sense of awe. But this life was different. Her perspective was forward-looking, and her standards were higher. Naturally, she could see things she couldn't before. In her eyes now, this second young master Qiao wasn't all that impressive. She couldn't help but look at Gu Xu beside her. He was half-crouching, a sniper rifle held steady in his long-fingered hands. His posture was perfect and beautiful. The thin combat suit couldn't hide the explosive lines of his broad shoulders and back. He was like a calm and elegant lion resting on a rock in the jungle, lazy and carefree, yet ready to leap up and deliver a fatal blow at any moment. His gaze was casual, yet held a sharp glint. He barely seemed to aim before pulling the trigger. Each bullet, wrapped in his fire element ability, burned through the air with astonishing power. Bian Changxi stared at him, mesmerized. The Gu Xu in her memory was strong and cold. A series of blows had made his gaze almost constantly frosty. He acted with calm and speed, like a thunderclap. Even when making arrangements, he was methodical and by the book. Laziness and elegance were qualities rarely seen in him. But now, he exuded a comfort and confidence that came from within. A lock of his hair fell across his brow, even lending a touch of grace to his resolute and handsome features. Suddenly, he lowered his rifle and turned his head. His dark eyes glanced up. In almost the same instant, Bian Changxi snapped back to reality. She blinked, her expression changing instantly. She gave him a natural and admiring thumbs up. "Your marksmanship is amazing." Gu Xu stared at her silently, unmoving for 2 seconds. Bian Changxi felt her heart was about to leap out of her chest. An intense feeling of being caught red-handed left her at a loss. It was as if her deepest secret had been exposed, her darkest, most hidden thoughts seen through. Her left hand, behind her back, was already digging into her own flesh, but her face remained a perfect mask. Gu Xu looked away, his tone casual. "I make a living with this. How could it not be accurate?" He put down the rifle and helped up the unconscious man lying on the ground. He paused for a moment. If he wasn't mistaken, this man, who bore a resemblance to the one below, was that young master. He must be a significant figure in the Qiao family base. Saving him might bring trouble. Who knew if he had seen Bian Changxi or even remembered her? But it was too late now. They had to save him. He let out a whistle of an indiscernible pitch toward the ground below, then used a fire chain to lower the man down. Below, Qiao Wei and his men, having escaped the zombies and hastily fleeing, saw a figure falling toward them from the rooftop. Their first instinct was to attack, but Qiao Wei shouted, "It's Big Brother." Everyone was stunned. The young master was flying down from the sky. But they quickly retracted their abilities and lowered their guns. Instead, they all frantically opened their arms to catch the person falling from the sky. Seeing that the man was caught safely, Gu Xu silently dissolved the fire chain and turned to Bian Changxi. "Let's go. We'd better get back before their standoff." Bian Changxi understood what he meant by there. One side was the group below, and the other was the approaching Sioux City base army. Many people had seen them leave the base. If they came here and disappeared, and then supplies went missing from the wholesale market, everyone would assume they were the ones who did it. This was no longer a matter of first come, first served. It had escalated into a conflict between two bases. To avoid trouble, it was best to pretend to be passers-by. She said, "Let's just travel on the rooftops. There are too many zombies below, it'll slow us down. We'll grab some stuff and head back." As she spoke, she grew a little excited. "Doesn't this feel like we're up to no good? Sneaking around, fishing in troubled waters. Oh, will this be too damaging to your image?" Gu Xu handed the sniper rifle back to her, holding it out in front of her and cutting her off. "Let's go. We're up to no good." Bian Changxi pouted and followed behind him. Running across rooftops would be difficult for others, but for two people who both had long ropes, fire chains and vines, and were skilled in combat, it wasn't a problem. When the gaps were too wide or the height difference too great, Gu Xu helped, making it easy for Bian Changxi to cross. They soon arrived above the wholesale market. This market was an area extending from a single wholesale street, selling all sorts of goods. Many large markets, supermarkets, and shops sourced their inventory from here. The two of them looked down from above, picking out the more important things to take first. For example, there was an edible oil wholesale shop. The storefront was broken, and the goods inside were exposed. Barrels and stacks of cooking oil, gleaming golden, caught their eyes. Bian Changxi stood still, flicked her vine, and stuck it to a group of oil bottles. In the blink of an eye, that spot was empty. Gu Xu raised an eyebrow. This was the first time he had personally witnessed Bian Changxi collecting things. This method was. He looked at her and said, very convenient. Unlike having to personally run up to an item, touch it with your hand, and collect them one by one. The difference in efficiency was night and day. Bian Changxi copied him and raised an eyebrow, though hers was mostly filled with pride. She swept up another pile of oil. Let's not take it all. That would be too obvious. What should we get next? Rice, flour, beans, meat, drinking water, medical supplies. Food was very important. Tobacco and alcohol were luxuries, but they took a lot. Furniture, tiles, tires, pots, and bowls, they took small amounts of these. Bottled liquefied gas was quite important, so they stockpiled some. Petroleum was even more useful. With oil, they should probably get more cars too. Clothes and fabric weren't a priority, as new tech clothing was now available. It wasn't that these ordinary fabrics were obsolete, but they had been sidelined. However, quilts were important. The weather was getting colder, and this winter would be deadly. The two of them went straight to pry open a warehouse. And also body wash, shampoo, toothpaste, toothbrushes, these were definitely needed. No matter how hard or tiring life was, nobody wanted to live like a savage, right? And toilet paper was truly essential. Even worse than being dirty was the thought of having to use leaves for that. What else? As the two walked across the rooftops, Bian Changxi muttered to herself while Gu Xu offered suggestions. Then they would pry open doors and break windows, with Bian Changxi acting as the sole bandit, busy and having a great time. In the end, she even excitedly cleared out a warehouse full of snacks and a certain type of sanitary product right in front of Gu Xu. Gu Xu looked like he wanted to laugh but held it back. Back at that supermarket, how did you manage to resist taking action? To this question, Bian Changxi answered frankly, that was then, this is now. Back then, Gu Xu didn't know her well, and she was very wary of him. The bond between them was extremely fragile, the kind where they would go their separate ways after leaving the city. Naturally, she couldn't be as open as she was today. That would have been foolish. But seriously, you have a sharp eye, Bian Changxi remarked with a sigh. Gu Xu glanced at her. The words "that's because you had too many tells" lingered at the tip of his tongue, but he silently swallowed them. After a spree of looting, operating on the principle of take what you can, leave what you can't, the two of them had made a quick circuit of the wholesale market. The only place left was the steel wholesale center. Looking at the dilapidated office building, Gu Xu said, let's not worry about this. Even if the base gets the steel, they'll sell a portion of it on the market. Let's head back first. Bian Changxi nodded. She turned and took 2 steps, but suddenly Milk, who was in her arms, rolled over and jumped to the ground. His chubby head and round eyes were fixed on a certain spot. The two followed his gaze and saw a small black dog trotting unsteadily down the street. Its whole body shone with a metallic luster, and it held its head high, looking very proud. The zombies it encountered along the way seemed somewhat afraid, slowly making way for it. The dog ran straight through the retractable gate of the steel center. Another dog that looked almost identical came out to greet it. The 2 dogs nuzzled for a moment, then the second dog suddenly seemed to sense something and glanced in their direction. Bian Changxi's heart skipped a beat. This dog was incredibly perceptive. Before she could react, Milk crouched down, a low, fierce, yet very excited growl rumbling in his throat. The 2 dogs seemed terrified, dropping to the ground with a whimper and fleeing inside with their tails between their legs. Milk's claws dug into the ground, and with a swift and powerful leap, he chased after them. It all happened so fast. In the blink of an eye, Milk was just a shadow. Bian Changxi's hands were empty, a trace of helplessness mixed with her astonishment. This little guy was always like this. The moment he saw food he liked, he would disappear in a flash. She explained to Gu Xu, he's just being greedy again. The fact that he dared to chase after them means he's confident. We don't need to worry. Gu Xu's expression, however, was grim. He said, let's go take a look. Bian Changxi was startled, her heart tightening. Could there be some danger inside? But she hadn't sensed anything. Wait, there was indeed an unusual aura. Her face tensed slightly. The two of them walked through the retractable gate. The inside was empty, filled with a cold and gloomy atmosphere. Gu Xu pointed to the roof, shot out a fire chain, and latched onto the edge to climb up. This fire chain, despite its astonishing destructive power, was now as soft and gentle as an ordinary rope. This was one of the things Bian Changxi admired about Gu Xu. He could make the same ability manifest in two completely opposite ways. As for her, a vine was just a vine. At most, it could be a bit harder or a bit softer sometimes. Making it hot one moment and cold the next was simply impossible. Bian Changxi half climbed and was half pulled up by Gu Xu. Looking down from above, they saw a huge open area. Steel bars and coils were piled up under the open sky, and various precision-made steel parts were stored in the factory buildings. To the left, a steel structure stood on a patch of sandy ground. Unlike the other wholesale spots, there wasn't a single zombie in sight here. Instead, there were black dogs. There were German shepherds and pet dogs, large and small, but without exception, they were all black, their bodies gleaming with a cold, metallic light. Interestingly, these black dogs were all carrying steel plates in their mouths, or several of them would work together to drag a steel bar, like the most diligent of movers, carrying the steel to the trees on the side. Most of the dogs were engaged in this task, while a few particularly large dogs acted like foremen, patrolling the area with great authority. If one were to see this scene under normal circumstances, they would probably burst out laughing. But neither Gu Xu nor Bian Changxi could crack a smile, because they discovered that the black trees were actively extending their branches to curl around the steel and pull it into their mouths, a gaping, opening and closing hole in their trunks. Then the trunks would squirm, making a sound similar to a person chewing. Alternatively, the tree roots would ripple like waves, and the ground would sink, causing the steel there to fall in. The gnarled roots would then drag it underground, and the ground would return to its original state. There was a whole row of trees there. It was unclear if they had been planted there for landscaping or had come from somewhere else, but they were all dark and shimmering with a strange light, all engaged in this feeding. Looking at the entire row, it was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Gu Xu's face was grim, but Bian Changxi, after a brief moment of shock, quickly looked around for Milk. She saw the two black dogs that had been scared inside running back in a panic, barking frantically at their compatriots all over the yard. One of the large, fierce black dogs responded with a few barks, then gathered a group of underlings and charged out majestically, as if to teach the troublemakers a lesson. Bian Changxi searched for a while and found Milk hiding in a small corner, watching intently, seemingly looking for an opportunity to strike. She relaxed slightly and whispered to Gu Xu, "What do we do? There isn't a single zombie here." Based on the territorial awareness of mutant creatures, it can only mean they don't dare to contend with these dogs, or rather, those trees. The situation is a bit tricky. He pondered for a moment, then said to Bian Changxi, "Stay here and don't move." Then he jumped off the building and disappeared among the piles of steel. A moment later, a small stone suddenly hit a lone black dog. The dog was stunned. A second stone followed, and the dog became enraged. It shook its body, and with a series of clanking sounds, its skin transformed. Its glossy fur instantly became hard and cold, as if wrapped in a layer of iron plating, with sharp edges appearing. Even its tail stood up like an awl. The dog bared its teeth angrily and turned to find its harasser. Bian Changxi was dumbfounded. This was practically a transformation from a mammal to a mecha beast. She had never heard of this kind of mutation. As this dog went on alert, several nearby dogs quickly ran over. After a brief exchange of barks and whines, they all transformed into mecha beasts and stood on guard together. Bian Changxi broke into a cold sweat for Gu Xu. These mutant dogs looked formidable. Covered in sharp edges, with claws and teeth as sharp as steel knives, they were like steel monsters. If he got injured, the consequences would be unimaginable. Just as she was worrying, the dog seemed to sense something, and all moved in one direction. She took out her sniper rifle, but then thought better of it. Even if she hit them, she probably couldn't do much damage to these steel beasts. It would just alert the enemy for nothing. She switched to raising her left hand slightly, ready to shoot out a vine at any moment. Suddenly, a white shadow flashed by. The last dog in the small squad vanished. A moment later, she saw a white, cat-like creature biting the black dog's neck, holding on firmly no matter how it struggled and barked. The black dog died in just a few seconds. Without pausing, Milk's figure flickered, and he disappeared from the spot again. The remaining black dogs were stunned for a moment, then realized what had happened and all started barking furiously. All the other black dogs, whether they were carrying steel or patrolling, gathered together. After a quick huddle, they all transformed. Before they could finish transforming, a fire blade sliced through the air, severing a section of a black dog's jaw. Blood sprayed out, and the dog fell to the ground, rolling and howling in pain. The other dogs lunged toward where the fire blade had come from, but they pounced on empty air. The huge foreman dog stomped its feet in frustration. The foreman dog that had gone out to deal with the intruders also rushed back with its men. The few foreman dogs seemed to confer for a moment, then each led a small squad to guard the strange trees, their bloody, cruel beast eyes scanning the area, letting out low growls from time to time. Bian Changxi's attention was drawn to the strange trees. The trees ate steel and digested steel, so from root to tip, they also had a metallic sheen, like sculptures carved from some material. Even with their lair invaded by enemies, they continued to eat their steel, as if they were unaware and unconcerned with anything but eating. Something flickered in Bian Changxi's mind, and then she thought, could it be that they have no offensive capabilities? She thought she should test it. But before she could, a fireball hit one of the trees. There was no reaction, but the black dogs on guard became agitated. A foreman dog roared and shot toward where the fireball came from, as fast as a bolt of lightning. In that split second, a vine descended from the sky, lashing heavily against its body. With a loud bang, it sounded like hitting steel. The black dog landed heavily, its gaze shifting to lock onto Bian Changxi. Its cold eyes were terrifying. Its underlings had been following it, but who knew that Milk would suddenly reappear with a howl? Instantly, not just these small dogs, but 90% of all the dogs in the area dropped to the ground, terrified and uneasy. Milk took the opportunity to bite 2 more black dogs. The foreman dogs were not intimidated. Instead, they barked furiously, their viciousness on full display as they charged at Milk. The pressure on the smaller dogs lessened, and they immediately became fierce and angry again. At the same time, a black figure flashed to a tree that wasn't guarded by a black dog, chopped off a branch, and made a hand signal to Bian Changxi. Bian Changxi understood it was the signal to retreat. She glanced at Milk, who was about to be overwhelmed by the foreman dogs, and without hesitation, turned and jumped off the building, running out of the steel wholesale center first. Just a few breaths later, Gu Xu ran out with Milk, a string of black dogs behind them. One after another, walls of fire rose between them, until finally, the black dogs were no longer visible. Only their frantic barking could be heard. The 2 humans and 1 beast ran for 2 whole streets. Gu Xu looked around. There were zombies everywhere. He said the car. Bian Changxi quickly took the car out of her bracelet. Gu Xu sped away. Inside the car, he handed a tree branch to Bian Changxi. Take a look at this. It was less a tree branch and more a special kind of metal. When he set it down, it made the crisp, cold sound unique to metal. The thing itself was incredibly hard, gleaming with a cold light, and the broken end was so sharp it seemed like a single touch would cut a finger. Bian Changxi's eyes widened in shock at the sight. She quickly picked it up to examine it closely, then said to Gu Xu with a serious expression, "Those dogs. Can the two of us plus Milk handle them?" On the main road leading to the outskirts of the Red Sun Wholesale Market, two groups stood in a tense standoff. One side consisted of a well-organized military force, with even the civilians among them appearing high-spirited. The other side was heavily injured, their faces etched with resentment and anxiety, and they were significantly outnumbered. Beside a military vehicle, a man in uniform wearing a colonel's insignia was conversing with a tall, battered man. The colonel appeared relaxed and composed, while the other man was agitated, waving his arms as he spoke. After a moment, the two stepped forward. The people from the battered man's side immediately crowded around. "How did it go? What did they say?" The tall man's face remained grim, and he said nothing. The colonel laughed and announced, "Our Sioux City base is recognized as the leader among all the bases in Sioux City. Naturally, we must take on the responsibility of a big brother and look after everyone. We won't monopolize this Red Sun Wholesale Market. Once we launch our attack, you can follow behind us and collect some supplies. Times are tough for everyone, after all." The expressions of the listeners soured. This was an invitation to follow behind and pick up scraps. Although they had suffered heavy casualties, they weren't at that point yet. They had originally hoped to negotiate for half of the market, or at least a smaller portion, without needing the Sioux City base to help clear the zombies. If they cleared it themselves, the supplies inside would naturally belong to them. On the surface, this colonel seemed to be doing them a favor by offering to do the heavy lifting, so they could just pick up the ready-made goods. In reality, he was placing them in a completely subordinate position. If they were just following behind to collect things, wouldn't the type and amount of supplies they received be entirely up to the other party? The people from the Qiao family base were so angry their eyes turned red. The Red Sun Wholesale Market was supposed to be theirs. These bandits had stolen their prize and were now acting like great philanthropists, as if they were handing out charity. It was outrageous. As the crowd moved to rush forward in anger, Qiao Wei stopped them. He stared into the colonel's eyes, and though he felt humiliated and furious, he forced himself to grit his teeth and say, "Thank you for your consideration, Colonel Lin. Then we won't be polite. We can't exactly go back empty-handed." He had no choice. The Sioux City base was wealthy and powerful. They had deployed an entire regiment, fully armed and imposing. Even if the Qiao family base had the numbers, they might not be able to defeat these soldiers, let alone the fact that the Sioux City base stood behind them. They had to swallow this insult. They had no choice but to take this loss. Just then, the sound of an engine approached from the distance. Everyone turned to look. Was someone else coming? A large truck came into view. No, it wasn't just one, but two. Seeing the military's defensive formation, the truck slowed down. Two soldiers jogged over. "Who goes there? Get out of the vehicle." Wait. We're here for a mission." Dai Shan climbed down from the truck with the fellow villagers he had brought along. The 8 or 9 of them looked at the soldiers with nervous apprehension, secretly worried they had stumbled into something bad. Dai Shan hurriedly pulled out the permit for the steel procurement mission from his pocket. Colonel Lin glanced at the country bumpkins and snorted, then looked over toward Zhu Yunhua's side. He had called these civilians over to bolster their momentum. People who could run fast were useful. But what were these people doing here now? Were they also here to pick up scraps? He waved his hand as if shooing a fly. "Tell them to leave. This area has been cleared." Before the two soldiers could execute the order, a Toyota SUV drove up from behind the trucks. The window rolled down, and a man with a calm, sharp gaze looked out. "What's happening?" Colonel Lin glanced over, and his posture immediately straightened. He ran over eagerly. "Captain Gu, what brings you here? Are there instructions from above?" Gu Xu and Bian Changxi had left the base relatively late, and the army had set out long ago, so Colonel Lin couldn't quite figure out what Gu Xu was doing there. Gu Xu looked somewhat puzzled. "Are you running a major operation here?" He turned slightly, as if taking something from the person in the passenger seat, and handed it to Colonel Lin. "We're here for a mission. It seems we've arrived at an inconvenient time." Colonel Lin looked at the time on the mission permit. It was from yesterday morning, which was before the plan was finalized. It seemed it really was a coincidence. Moreover, the person who accepted the mission was listed as Bian Changxi. He couldn't help but peek into the car, wondering why the famous doctor would be out running missions. If it was Gu Xu who wanted to come, that didn't make sense either. Would a man who was busy with 1,000 things travel this far for a minor mission? He thought about it and came to a conclusion. These two were out for a relaxing vacation and a date. However, regardless of the reason, a mere colonel like him didn't dare drive Gu Xu away. He quickly said, "How is it inconvenient?" "We're just clearing out zombies, which is the same nature as what you're doing, Captain Gu. We'd actually like to ask for your guidance." These words were sincere. The operation would definitely succeed, but he didn't know how many people would die. Hadn't he seen how miserable the Qiao family base's people looked? He was the one leading the team. The fewer people who died or were injured, the greater his merit. His mind whirled, and he realized that having Gu Xu and Bian Changxi here was a stroke of luck. One was a powerful fighter, and the other was a top-tier healer. They were essentially two life-saving charms. Of course, it was impossible to give the command to Gu Xu. He was just saying that. He believed Gu Xu wouldn't be so indiscreet as to agree. Sure enough, Gu Xu only said, "I wouldn't dare offer guidance. Since it won't interfere, I'll boldly stay. If there's anywhere I can help, I'll do my best." He stepped out, and Bian Changxi followed, putting the car away. She looked ahead at the rows of soldiers in green uniforms. It was quite an imposing sight. In contrast, the people from the Qiao family base looked small and fragile. Her gaze shifted to a small group gathered near the army. It was Zhu Yunhwa, Bian Quang, and the others. When they saw her, they nodded slightly. Bian Quang seemed somewhat guilty and wanted to come over, but Bian Wei pulled him back, looking up at him and asking something in a delicate, soft manner. Bian Changxi withdrew her gaze. Why was Bian Quang ashamed? It was simple. This Colonel Lin was one of Deputy Commander Xu Chang's men from the Sioux City base. Today's operation was organized by Xu Chang, and Xu Chang and Gu Xu were absolute rivals. The Bian family used to be close to Xu Chang. No, that wasn't quite right. They were essentially one of Xu Chang's pawns. Previously, Bian Quang wouldn't have participated in this kind of activity. His presence here now was a clear statement of his stance. She had advised him to leave the Bian family, but he had ended up sticking even closer to them. Naturally, Bian Changxi was in a bad mood. Next, Colonel Lin needed to formulate a strategy for attacking the wholesale market, which required intelligence from Qiao Wei's side. The two sides began to deliberate. Colonel Lin had someone bring chairs for Gu Xu and Bian Changxi, but neither sat. Instead, they walked around to observe. Zhu Yunhwa seized the opportunity and brought his people over to greet them. "Captain Gu, Miss Bian. I hear your names every day, but I only have the chance to pay my respects today. Miss Bian, you haven't forgot me, have you? We met last time at the Mercenary Hall. Young Master Bian was there as well." Bian Changxi nodded slightly. "Mr. Zhu. Miss Bian's healing abilities are remarkable. One of my brothers contracted a strange illness, and after you treated him, his condition stabilized. I haven't had the chance to properly thank you." Bian Changxi thought for a moment. She fixedly accepted a few patients from outside the Jiang City medical circle every week. Because she was so famous, her refusal to treat anyone but Jiang City people had become a point of criticism, which at one point caused the Jiang City medical facility to be blocked by protesters. Eventually, they had to accept some outside patients, but she only treated them once or twice, enough to show results. As for a full cure, that was still being negotiated by Gu Xu. He was unwilling to let Bian Changxi become a public doctor, whom anyone could demand a cure from. Most of those patients were important figures from various factions who came to her as a last resort. People of Zhu Yunhua's brothers' low status were rare, which was a bit surprising. Gu Xu, however, remembered immediately. Mr. Zhu is referring to the patient whose internal organs had begun to rot. His surname was Wu, right? He smiled faintly. He is also the person with the strongest willpower I have ever seen. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lasted that long. With that reminder, Bian Changxi remembered. Among the patients sent in the first week, there was one in extremely critical condition. His entire body was severely ulcerated, with no healthy skin left. A layer of flesh could be scraped off with a single touch, leaving him as little more than a skeleton. Even his internal organs were deformed and decaying. He was hanging on by a thread, and she had been amazed that such a person was still alive. At the time, she hadn't been confident, and seeing the situation, she knew it was a setup to ruin her reputation, so she hadn't wanted to take the case. The other party had been full of doubt and insults, which eventually alerted Qiao and Gu Xu. She didn't know how they had negotiated, but they had told her to stay behind the scenes. However, the matter had escalated so much that it was like someone causing a scene on the first day of a business opening. If she hid, she would never be able to hold her head high again. So in the end, she had accepted the patient. The man was treated until he looked human again, but the price was an entire day of her time, and she had slept heavily that night. She hadn't asked about the aftermath. Regardless, the people who caused the trouble didn't benefit. Instead, they ended up disgraced. Hu Ichwen had even been expelled from Jiang City Medical because of it. Who would have thought that, after all that, the patient turned out to be one of Zhu Yunhua's men? Bian Changxi's brow furrowed. Zhu Yunhua quickly explained, "Someone found us and said they could save Wu Hao, so they took him away overnight. We only found out about the whole situation later. I am deeply sorry for the trouble we caused you." Bian Changxi said coldly, "The matter is in the past. Since I took on the responsibility, I would have accepted the patient whether it was Wu Hao or Zhang Hao, and whether he was your brother or someone else's. In other words, it had nothing to do with him." He didn't need to thank her, nor did he need to apologize. "By the way, how is the patient now?" Before Zhu Yunhua could answer, Gu Xu spoke first. "He has improved significantly and is now no different from an ordinary patient. If he were provided with a wood element ability user for daily treatment, I believe he would recover very soon." In other words, they hadn't provided him with a wood element healer afterward. Bian Changxi's gaze toward Zhu Yunhua became even more unfriendly. Although she didn't know this Wu Hao and hadn't met him in her previous life, he was still a life she had snatched back from the jaws of death. To hear that the follow-up treatment hadn't been maintained, especially when his condition had improved so much by the time he was discharged, was infuriating. Any wood element user could have cured him, yet they had let him regress to the state of an ordinary patient. She felt a sense of indignation at the lack of respect for life, and a bit of annoyance that her hard work hadn't been valued. She glanced at Zhu Yunhua. "Mr. Zhu, instead of wasting time here thanking me, you should go back and put more effort into caring for your brother." Zhu Yunhua's face stiffened. He was a bit surprised. Last time, Bian Changxi had been quite friendly to him. Why was she being so hostile after just a few days? Of course, he couldn't have known that last time. She hadn't figured him out yet, so she had naturally been cautious and friendly, partly for Bian Quang's sake. But after days of observation, she was sure Zhu Yunhwa had nothing to do with Rebirth. Plus, with a powerful backer like Gu Xu right beside her, why would she force herself to be nice to him? With her attitude, Zhu Yunhwa couldn't stay even if he wanted to exchange more pleasantries. As he backed away, he almost bumped into someone. He turned around and frowned. Xiaowen, what's wrong? When Mingli was staring blankly at Milk, who was curled up in Bian Changxi's arms. Milk had absorbed the essence of several black dogs and was currently feeling lazy and content, digesting with his eyes closed. He looked quite adorable, but sensing he was being watched, he slightly lifted an eyelid. Bian Changxi couldn't see it, but Gu Xu, Zhu Yunhwa, and when Mingli saw it clearly, the domineering, contemptuous gaze of a beast, carrying the bloody scent of a recent hunt. When he saw Wen Mingli, he twisted his neck to look at her more closely, as if trying to see through her. Suddenly, he bared his sharp teeth and let out a low growl, the fur on his neck standing on end. When Mingli was startled back 2 steps, her face turning pale. She gave a forced laugh. This little beast is quite cute. Bian Changxi hurriedly stroked Milk's fur to soothe him. What is it, Milk? Milk never attacked people. He usually didn't even deign to look at most people, so such a violent reaction was unprecedented. Was there something wrong with this Wen Mingli? But looking again, Milk had calmed down. He stared at Wen Mingli repeatedly, then closed his eyes as if bored and curled back into Bian Changxi's arms, even rubbing against her comfortably. He let out a soft, high-pitched cry. Ow! Gu Xu gave Wen Mingli a deep look, staring until she began to feel nervous, before saying, "Let's go. Let's look over there." The two then ignored Zhu Yunhwa and his group and strolled away. Once she was sure others couldn't hear, Bian Changxi muttered to herself, "I don't like Zhu Yunhwa." Oh. Why? No reason, just a biological aversion, Bian Changxi said expressionlessly. I've been thinking about finding a way to mess with him, but then I feel it's not very gentlemanly. Using the grudges of a past life to retaliate against someone who had no memory of it was indeed a bit narrow-minded. But doing nothing while he hovered around with that polite, sophisticated smile, acting like he was everyone's friend, made her very uncomfortable. Seeing her grim face, Gu Xu was about to comfort her when she added, "So, I think I've been waiting for him to provoke me first. Then I'll have a reason to strike back." Her eyes suddenly lit up. Do you think that patient, whatever, counts as a good excuse? How should I pay him back? Gu Xu remained silent. After a moment, he suddenly asked, do you think there are people in this world who can predict the future? Bian Changxi's heart skipped a beat. What do you mean? 5-colored grass, Gu Xu said. When I was looking for 5-colored grass, I found that someone had been secretly buying it up for several days. And the discovery of the grass itself was a bit suspicious. Bian Changxi's heart pounded. She knew something was wrong. Then, do you have any leads? No leads, just some. He glanced back at Wen Mingli again. Some feelings that are hard to explain. Perhaps I'm being too suspicious. Wen Mingli gave him a very calculated feeling. The shadow of her presence was faintly visible behind the 5-colored grass incident. He said, in any case, dealing with Zhu Yunhwa isn't a problem, but remember to be careful of that woman. She's not simple. A simple person wouldn't be so cautious, often disappearing without a trace. If it hadn't been for that chance encounter on the rainy night of the Mid-Autumn Festival, he wouldn't have noticed her. Once he started paying attention, he found problems. It was just that he couldn't put his finger on it yet. He still had too few people he could use. Meanwhile, Wen Mingli was also secretly observing the two. This was the first time she had seen Gu Xu and Bian Changxi standing together, and they were surprisingly well matched. When did these two start traveling together in her previous life? Back then, Bian Changxi had already joined Zhu Yunhwa's team. Once, after returning from a mission with heavy casualties, the survivors were all full of gratitude and relief. They said they were lucky to have met Captain Gu. If it hadn't been for his help, the entire team would have been wiped out. They had prepared gifts to thank him. At that time, Gu Xu also lived in a villa, but his status was that of a base administrative official. Their group waited outside the villa area, and it wasn't until dusk that Gu Xu's car drove up. A low-profile but elegant black car, and a cold, handsome man. He scanned the crowd from inside the car, his gaze freezing in one direction, and then he actually opened the door and stepped out. When Ming Li's fingers twisted together. How nervous and expectant she had been then. Someone of Gu Xu's status was worlds apart from commoners like them, not to mention his outstanding appearance. It was said that countless daughters of high-ranking officials and powerful female ability users in the base were chasing him. But he had walked straight to Bian Changxi. There's a mission tomorrow that needs a wood element user. Do you have time? From then on, Bian Changxi's status in the team skyrocketed. Because of her, their team even received many secret benefits and favors. Zhu Yunhwa treated her like a treasure. It seemed that from that moment on, his attitude toward her began to change, becoming attentive and ambiguous. Much later, she had thought mockingly, if Gu Xu knew that his one sentence had given Zhu Yunhwa ideas he shouldn't have had, would he have been so regretful he'd want to hit a wall? She vaguely remembered that day when the sky was dark. Gu Xu and Bian Changxi stood facing each other, looking as harmonious and well-matched as they did today. Heaven was truly unfair. Why did someone named Bian get a second chance? Why was Gu Xu only infinitely wary of her? That look he just gave her made her feel like she had fallen into an ice cellar. And that thing that was neither a cat nor a dog, could it really be what she thought it was? No, it couldn't be. If it were, it shouldn't be so affectionate with Bian Changxi. Perhaps her gaze was too intense, as Bian Changxi looked back. When Ming Li quickly lowered her eyes, playing the role of a dull, invisible person just as she had in her previous life. Bian Changxi didn't notice anything special and turned back, but she made a mental note of this when Ming Li. In the distance, people were whispering. Then, a few people approached from the front, Bian Quang, Bian Wei, several other members of the Bian family, and a few people from the Qiao family base. Xiaozai, are you and Captain Gu here for a mission too? Bian Quang asked with a smile. Seeing his stiff and apprehensive manner, Bian Changxi said crossly, if we aren't here for a mission, are we here to look at the scenery? Well, I didn't want to come, but Wei Wei is a water element user and needed to be here. It's her first time leaving home and coming this far, so I was a bit worried. This was his way of explaining that he still didn't agree with the Bian family, siding with Xu Chang. He had come here for no other reason than to act as a bodyguard for Bian Wei because he was worried about her. But his explanation only made Bian Changxi, who had been calm, feel angry. You don't need to report to me about who you're worried about, and you don't need to explain why you're here. But can you stop being so naive? Instead of going to the new district, he followed the Bian family to take a shortcut to the Sioux City base. Fine, who told them to make it sound so convincing? He sent her a truckload of supplies that didn't matter either, as she hadn't been mindful of the consequences herself. He refused to leave the Bian family. That was fine too. He was a man of sentiment, and those people were his flesh and blood. No matter how much resentment he felt, his heart would soften in the face of such a great disaster. But today, he had already come here, standing with Xu Chang's people and the Bian family. Wasn't the meaning clear enough? The upper levels of the Sioux City base were still fighting over who would be the boss, with constant schemes and power struggles. Deputy Commander Xu Chang was only a candidate for the top spot. Once he failed, would the people who cleaned up Xu Chang's faction really spare a disagreeing person like him? But she thought all this and said nothing. Bian Quang might not listen, and this wasn't the place for such a conversation. She looked coldly at Bian Wei's outfit. Is that so? You really should be worried. Bian Wei was still wearing a large sun hat, her long hair tied in a ponytail with a ribbon. She wore a top with 3/4 bell sleeves and cropped pencil pants, and on her feet were a pair of pink flats. Bian Changxi could perfectly imagine the scene. Zombies chasing from behind, Bian Wei holding her hat with one hand, her flats clattering on the ground, her bell sleeves getting caught on something, or her legs unable to move because her pencil pants were too tight. She suddenly burst out laughing. Bian Wei blinked in confusion. "Sister Changxi, I didn't expect to see you here. Aren't you going to introduce us?" She looked up at Gu Xu, her eyes bright and watery. She gently took off her hat, her skin looking translucent in the sunlight. Bian Changxi rolled her eyes. Gu Xu's brow furrowed slightly. Bian Wei seemed to realize that Bian Changxi didn't want to introduce them. Her expression stiffened for a moment, then she proactively reached out her hand. "Hello, I'm Bian Wei. Our family is very grateful for the care you've given Sister Changxi." Her voice lowered, and her beautiful face took on a sorrowful look. "Unfortunately, Deputy Commander Xu has been very kind to us." Even a fool could understand the meaning behind her unfinished words. Bian Changxi gave a mental thumbs up. A white lotus was indeed a white lotus. With just a few words, she had portrayed herself as weak and helpless, a sorrowful young girl standing there timidly. It was the kind of act that made it hard for anyone to be rude to her. Seeing Gu Xu about to reach out and shake her hand, Bian Changxi's brow arched. Without a second thought, she grabbed his hand back and said coldly, "Stop with the gratitude and unfortunate talk. You shouldn't be throwing around words about political stances so casually. It wouldn't be good if people misunderstood." Bian Wei stared at her in disbelief. Bian Changxi continued, "What did I not make myself clear last time? I gave you 5 trucks of supplies, and I no longer have any connection with the Bian family. Stop using things like family and upbringing to swindle people. Every time I see you do it, I'll shut you down." "Xiaozai." Bian Quang shouted in disapproval. At the mention of those 5 trucks of supplies, Bian Quang felt a pang of anxiety. That had caused so much trouble. Thieves visited every night, and they had to deal with jealous people. The higher-ups had even hinted several times that it was better for everyone to be wealthy than just one person, talking about compassion and sacrifice. The family often erupted in arguments because of this. One moment, they were saying his father was blind for letting such a god of wealth go, and the next they were calling Bian Changxi heartless for not paying back the family now that she was successful. He was wrong if he defended her, and wrong if he didn't. In the end, every argument ended with their anger directed at him. Over time, he had become extremely frustrated. Bian Wei looked like she was about to cry. "How can you say that? There are no overnight grudges between family members. If you act like this, Uncle would be heartbroken if he knew in the afterlife, wouldn't he?" Bian Changxi's face darkened, her gaze fixed on Bian Quang. "If my father knew that I was like someone else, unable to cut ties and being played for a fool, that's when he would be truly worried." Bian Quang's face turned pale, and then he said with utter exhaustion, "I'm not being played. It's all voluntary. Xiaozai, can you stop being so sharp all the time? Uncle was so kind and sentimental. He would surely want our family to be united and loving during a disaster." Bian Changxi's eyes widened, her voice rising. "Are you saying I'm ungrateful and overbearing?" She sneered. "I've been even sharper than this before. Why didn't you bring up my father then? The situation is different now, after all." "Oh? What situation? Is it because I'm capable now, because you need something from me, or because your parents suddenly discovered they loved me like a daughter?" A while ago, when the Bian family had thieves, Bian Guangyuan was pushed by a thief and ruptured his kidney. He was sent to the hospital and told it needed to be removed. The Bian family's wood element user was helpless. As a result, a group of people came to beg Bian Changxi, saying a lot of nice things and a lot of insults. They tried to move her with emotion and reason, but Bian Changxi kept her door closed. Bian Guangyuan's left kidney was ultimately not saved. It was from then on that her relationship with Bian Quang grew even colder. But was she supposed to save that disgusting, malicious uncle just to please Bian Quang? She disdained the idea and was unwilling. Even if it were a simple task, even if it could win Bian Quang back, she wouldn't do it. If the person she once relied on for survival required her to compromise herself to maintain the relationship, she would rather not have it. You. Bian Changxi didn't back down an inch. Even Milk in her arms bared his teeth at them. Bian Quang stared at her for a while, then went silent and deflated. Bian Wei said softly, "Sister Changxi, when you're being so stubborn, have you ever thought about how difficult it is for my brother? He's done everything for you. Even when you refused to save my father, he still defended you. But have you considered that he is also my brother's biological father? No matter how much resentment you have, can't you temporarily set aside your prejudice for his sake?" Bian Changxi's body almost swayed. Gu Xu subtly supported her and said calmly, "If Bian Quang had asked privately that day, I believe Changxi would have been more willing to help." In other words, the way a group of them crowded her that day, playing good cop and bad cop and leaving her no way out, was a very inappropriate move. To expect consideration, one must also be considerate. He turned to the people from the Qiao family base, who had come over but hadn't spoken. "And you are?" The people from the Qiao family base were stunned for a moment before reacting. "Captain Gu, Miss Bian, I hope I'm addressing you correctly. My name is Qiao Bin. These are the core elites of our Qiao family base. We have a request." As he spoke, he felt hesitant. He had just watched a family feud up close, and now that the other party was in a bad mood, his timing was terrible. He must have made a bad impression. And from the looks of it, this Miss Bian, whom people in their base occasionally mentioned, didn't seem like a kind or approachable person. He steeled himself and continued, "I know this request is a bit sudden, but we have no other choice. Miss Bian, many of our brothers can't hold on much longer. Could you please show some mercy? The Qiao family and I, Qiao Bin, will be eternally grateful." To be fair, at this moment, Gu Xu didn't want Bian Changxi to overwork herself, and she had no obligation to help. He was about to refuse when he caught their skeptical and calculating looks. His gaze turned cold. A crisis could break out here at any moment. Changxi needs to preserve her energy, so I'm afraid. Bian Changxi tugged at his hand and said to Qiao Bin, "Take me to see them." "But I might not be able to help." The Qiao family base was quite powerful, with many elites. In the future, they would come to the Sioux City base for exchanges and trade. There would be many opportunities to interact. If she agreed now, it would be a huge favor. If she refused, it might create a grudge, which wasn't good. Gu Xu already had enough enemies. Qiao Bin was overjoyed. "We are very grateful that Miss Bian is willing to try." Gu Xu frowned and whispered, "Don't worry too much. It doesn't matter if you go or not." Bian Changxi felt a warmth in her heart. Her relationship with Gu Xu was somewhat like superior and subordinate, but more like friends. Usually, Gu Xu would never force her to do something she didn't want to do. When it involved her, he would explain things clearly and ask for her opinion. She didn't know if he was like this with everyone, but she liked and appreciated his consideration. Compared to this, what was there to be depressed about regarding the Bian family's mess? There were people in this world who respected her, valued her, and were good to her. That was enough. Bian Quang might be a setback or a regret in this life, but there was no need to care too much. What she wanted wasn't to struggle for survival with him like in her previous life, but for him to live well. If he thought staying with and serving the Bian family was best, why should she force him to change? To gain something, one must lose something. Since she had gained this, she shouldn't complain about God taking away that. Who could have everything go their way? Still, Boss Gu, I know you're great and powerful, but saying something like that right in front of them, isn't that just asking for trouble? Don't you, the boss, know how much ability I have? I can't help with very serious cases, but I can handle some injuries. She said to Qiao Bin, "Let's go." She didn't look at Bian Quang or Bian Wei again. There were many injured people from the Qiao family base. Some were completely unconscious, which was actually better. The ones suffering were those in extreme pain who couldn't pass out. Bian Changxi looked around. Most were physical injuries. Those injured by abilities would be more difficult. As for those scratched or bitten by zombies, Colonel Lin's men wouldn't tolerate them staying on site. They had all been rounded up, and from time to time, the roars of transformation and the sound of gunshots could be heard, each one heart-wrenching. The atmosphere was as heavy as a mountain. The people from the Qiao family base looked at Bian Changxi with some hostility. After all, she was from the Sioux City base. If the Sioux City base hadn't been so treacherous and greedy, their brothers wouldn't have died. This was the only thought circling in their minds. Someone even spoke up sarcastically. I heard a very arrogant captain and a lady who specializes in difficult cases came to the Sioux City base. Your names are even circulating in our base. Long time no see. Specializes in difficult cases. Bian Changxi was a bit embarrassed. Which unreliable person had spread that? It sounded like a traveling quack. She glanced at the man. A torn shoulder joint, bone visible, his entire arm hanging limply. He could barely hold himself up, yet his mouth was still tough. She raised an eyebrow and walked past him to the next injured person. But just because she wasn't angry didn't mean someone else wasn't. Gu Xu's expression was grim as he followed her with his hands behind his back. The pressure of a peak Tier 3 powerhouse radiated from him, forcing people to sit still. Even their movements became sluggish, and their breathing ragged. Anyone else who wanted to make snide remarks shut their mouths in fear. Sweat poured down Qiao Bin's face. This was a true expert, definitely much stronger than Qiao Wei, who was also Tier 3. Even the strongest person in the Qiao family base had never given him this kind of pressure. He thought bitterly that the Sioux City base really was a place of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. No wonder they were so arrogant. He didn't dare to show any more disrespect to Bian Changxi. He led the way sincerely, explaining the injuries and facilitating communication. Bian Changxi's ability also surprised them. Severed hands were reattached, broken legs were mended, and deep, long wounds healed rapidly under her touch. Blood that couldn't be stopped ceased flowing instantly. Even those with ruptured internal organs gradually calmed down and stopped moaning under the soft green light. These people began to feel less rejection toward Bian Changxi and more awe. The corners of Gu Xu's mouth curled up slightly. Just then, the discussion about the attack plan finally ended. Colonel Lin, Qiao Wei, and the others walked out. Before they could speak, a sudden, violent barking erupted. From the direction of the Red Sun Wholesale Market, dozens of black dogs, looking as if they were cast from steel and wrapped in iron, rushed out. They surrounded the crowd and barked fiercely in one direction. A massive dog as tall as an adult horse stepped out proudly. It made a scraping sound like iron plates as it moved. Its body was covered in steel-like ridges, and even its head was geometric in shape. Its ears were like two horns, sharp and glinting coldly. It walked out from the back, its blood-red eyes locking onto Bian Changxi. Bian Changxi shrugged helplessly. The debt collector had finally arrived. The grand entrance of over 100 strange dogs was a shock. Most people hadn't even reacted yet, and while Gu Xu and Bian Changxi had expected it, the person most surprised was Wen Mingli. Seeing these iron-skinned dogs, she was first startled, and then her face darkened significantly. For the iron-skinned dogs to leave their territory and rush here so aggressively, there was only one possibility. Their service target and food source, the black iron trees, had been stolen. They were here to collect the debt. And there was almost no other suspect for this thief. She glared intensely at the cold and composed Bian Changxi, the fire in her eyes almost burning through. She had come here, wasted countless hours, and taken huge risks, all for those black iron trees. They were excellent materials for making weapons and combat suits, and they possessed a certain magnetism that made them core materials for new communication devices, allowing them to become smaller and smaller. Chu Yi had already invented a communication device based on the data she provided, but it was bulky and structurally weak. This wouldn't have affected its marketability, but that idiot Chu Yi, who was being questioned because of a faulty detector, insisted on waiting until the technology was perfect before releasing it. As a result, the communication device was shelved. Seeing massive profits slipping away because of that stubborn guy, when Mingli was anxious and angry, which was why she thought of the black iron trees. Sun Buchun had sent people before, but unfortunately they were spotted by the Qiao family base and most never returned. After failing 2 or 3 times, they didn't dare to act rashly again. Instead, they shifted to the base's overall strategy, letting the Sioux City base fight for the Red Sun Wholesale Market while they fished in troubled waters to claim the black iron trees. In the end, everything was ready, but someone else had snatched the prize at the last step. How could Wen Mingli not be furious? An unremarkable man approached her. "Sister Wen, it looks like things aren't right." He was Sun Buchun's confidant, an ability user with an extremely large storage space. At the beginning of the plan, he had accidentally met Zhu Yunhwa and was brought back as a valued member of the team. Everything was for the sake of harvesting the black iron trees today. Seeing the situation, he also guessed that someone had beaten them to the black iron trees. By now, everyone was shocked and terrified. What kind of dogs are these? What's that growing on them? How did they appear so suddenly? Colonel Lin was pale with shock. He immediately ordered the soldiers to take up defensive positions with their guns. He turned and gritted his teeth at Qiao Wei. "What are these monsters? You deliberately hid this from us." These monsters clearly weren't simple. Qiao Wei must have withheld this information to give them a nasty surprise. Qiao Wei was stunned, his face serious. "I've never seen them before." He moved to organize his own companions and subordinates. Colonel Lin grabbed him, and several soldiers threw him to the ground, forcibly detaining him. Colonel Lin said, "Second young Master Qiao's attitude makes it impossible to trust him. We'll have to trouble you to stay put until these monsters are dealt with." Qiao Wei and the people from the Qiao family base were furious. Meanwhile, the black dogs had taken their positions, facing the soldiers hiding behind cover. They pawed the ground restlessly. The massive leader dog was very calm, its beastly eyes half squinted, as if assessing the strength of these humans and how to deal with them. Suddenly, a soldier, perhaps due to lack of experience or nerves, flinched. His gun barrel dipped slightly, and the massive dog's body blurred. It was almost just a shadow. The next moment, it appeared beside the soldier. The soldier's expression remained one of shock as his throat was torn open. He fell over stiffly. The alpha dog licked its massive, hard, steel-like claws, which were dripping with blood, and turned a provocative gaze toward Gu Xu. It had clearly realized that only this human was a significant obstacle. Only by killing him could it take back its trees from the people behind him. Gu Xu sighed softly and whispered, "Be careful." Bian Changxi replied, "You too." Gu Xu walked toward the alpha dog. The other people and dogs seemed to sense something and instinctively cleared a space, leaving him and the alpha dog alone. The alpha dog waited for him to approach with composure, even leisurely scratching the ground, easily tearing up a layer of the surface to display its strength and sharpness. Gu Xu's eyes flickered. His left hand, hanging at his side, tapped lightly. Just as he was moving forward, 6 lines of fire erupted from the ground without warning, binding the alpha dog's 4 limbs, head, and tail. Gu Xu raised his hand, and several blades of fire shot toward the alpha dog's weak points like lightning. The alpha dog hadn't expected him to attack before even coming to a halt. It was displeased by the sneak attack, but it didn't take these human tricks seriously. Its body shifted slightly, and it simultaneously shrunk its frame, dodging several fire blades. With a stomp of its forepaws, the fire rings on its legs easily shattered. It let out a roar and lunged at Gu Xu, turning the tables. However, Gu Xu's right hand, which had been behind his back, suddenly pulled out a strange object, neither a club nor a blade, but a rod with an extremely sharp tip. As he sidestepped, the rod swung heavily. There was a sudden shower of sparks and a crackling sound. The massive recoil sent him flipping backward, but he instantly braced himself on the ground in a crouch. The alpha dog tumbled through the air and rolled twice on the ground. It pushed its massive body up, panting heavily. Blood began to seep from its left flank, where two steel-like lumps had been forcibly pried away. The onlookers had no time to watch their battle, because as soon as they started, the 100 or so black dogs took it as a signal to attack. They barked and lunged together. Colonel Lin shouted fire. Bang! 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 Gunfire erupted instantly. But the bullets were like hitting the surface of an armored vehicle. They caused almost no damage to these iron-skinned monsters and didn't even slow them down. After the first wave of gunfire ceased, the black dogs landed from their leaps, their steel claws mercilessly tearing into the humans. Those with shields could barely hold on, while those without were torn apart in seconds, rolling on the ground in agony. Even if they weren't clawed, being hit by a mass of steel-like that was enough to take half their life. Bian Changxi was near the Qiao family base's area, which was relatively on the outskirts. As soon as Gu Xu left, she leaped onto a second-floor balcony. Several dogs came charging in. She couldn't instantly cast abilities on the ground like Gu Xu, but she could set them up in advance. Several thin, frost-white-green vines snaked across the ground. When the black dogs entered the range, she drove the vines to twist and entangle them, instantly binding the dogs. She bound them very skillfully, making the vines sink into the gaps between the steel lumps and areas where their fangs and claws couldn't reach. She had tried this at the Steel Wholesale Center. These dogs had thick skin, but they weren't exceptionally strong. She caught them one by one and hung them from the building. Those she didn't catch, she whipped fiercely with her vines. Any that slipped through were easy to deal with. She just threw out a branch from a black iron tree, and they would surely turn around to chase it and bring it back. Waiting for them behind the branch were her sharp and ruthless vines. We stole their treasure. They won't let it go easily. Bian Changxi had worried about this when they were looting, which was why they had quickly dealt with the black dogs at the wholesale center. There were about 30 or 40 dogs there, and with Milk's help, they had finished them off quickly. But after they drove out, they found there were far more than that. A large pack of black dogs must have been out hunting or something. By the time they sensed the enemy's fury, the dogs were already searching and approaching Colonel Lin's group. Since she had caused the trouble, Gu Xu didn't have the habit of letting others take the fall. It just so happened they ran into the late-arriving Dai Shan and his group, so they pretended to come from another road and returned as quickly as possible, having already discussed their strategy. Soon, everyone noticed that Bian Changxi's area had the most dogs, but was also the safest. Several dogs were wrapped like cocoons and hung on the wall, which looked quite comical at first glance. Consequently, everyone moved toward her. First, it was the injured from the Qiao family base, then ordinary survivors, and even some soldiers. As more people came, more dogs followed. Bian Changxi could barely keep up, her hands swinging the vines incessantly as she poured all her mental energy into them. This extreme focus brought about a strange state. Her control over the vines suddenly became ethereal, light, and transparent. She could even see the path and manner in which her energy moved, like an integrated circuit board where countless currents crisscrossed, each with its own function but coordinating perfectly. She was the board that held all the currents, a container, and also the central program written into the core. She understood all the principles perfectly. Then, she seemed to hear the sound of something shattering. Her whole body felt light, and the energy that had been suppressed for so long finally broke through its limit, surging upward. With every breath, she felt a sense of power, and her 5 senses entered a whole new realm. She was overjoyed. She had finally reached the next tier. Now the black dog seemed clumsy and slow in her eyes, their movements full of openings. She raised her hand, and the ground suddenly split open. A vine erupted from the earth, launching a black dog directly above it into the air. She gave a low hum, her mental energy concentrating between her brows. The vine chased after the dog, catching it steadily and wrapping it up like a noodle. As this repeated, almost no black dogs could get close. More and more dogs were hung on the wall, and more people gathered beneath Bian Changxi. Bian Quang fired several wind blades to stop the dogs from going up. Looking at the cold, confident Bian Changxi on the second floor, who seemed to control the entire field, he sighed softly, feeling both proud and conflicted. His sister had finally grown up and become so strong that he couldn't even compare. Perhaps the distance between them would only grow wider, just like the gap in their strength. Bian Wei hid behind him and several other men, clutching his sleeve with a pale face. "Brother, I'm scared." "Don't be afraid. I'm here. I won't let these monsters hurt you." It was already afternoon by the time they returned to the base. The dirty Toyota drove into the villa. Auntie Zhao, who was tending the vegetable patch, Anan, who was helping her, Wu Dalang, who was sitting in a lounge chair doing leg extensions, and Shadow, who had been brought out for some fresh air, all turned their gazes toward the car. Those who could move went to meet it, while those who couldn't sat up, their eyes full of concern. Then, as they hoped, Bian Changxi stepped out of the car, safe and sound. She had some blood and dirt on her, but she wasn't injured. Since Gu Xu went to park the car, he was presumably fine as well. Auntie Zhao was the most expressive. She immediately clapped her chest and gave Bian Changxi a reproachful look. "You left this morning without even saying a word. I knew you were going outside the base, and my heart wouldn't stop pounding. Luckily Captain Gu went with you, otherwise how could anyone be at ease? I was worried sick." Bian Changxi immediately raised her hands in surrender. All right, I was wrong. Auntie Zhao, I'm so thirsty and tired. Could you get me some water?" Auntie Zhao was a typical middle-aged woman. Now that they were close, she had a tendency to nag. She didn't dare to be too forward with Gu Xu, and she felt that Qiao Feng was always smiling and polite, so there wasn't much to say to him. Qiao Yun wouldn't listen even if she nagged, and Gu Pei was always very well behaved, except for occasionally copying his brother by skipping meals. Besides them, Wu Dalang and Shadow were patients, and she felt too much pity for them to say anything harsh. Anan was a bit dull, so talking to him was boring. Thus, Bian Changxi, being the only girl and the youngest, became the frequent target of her advice. Things like, girls shouldn't stay up too late because it's bad for the skin. Girls shouldn't always wear black because it's too gloomy. She should make some girlfriends and not always be busy with work. It had reached the point where Bian Changxi felt a bit apprehensive whenever she saw Auntie Zhao open her mouth. Auntie Zhao clapped her hands. "I'll go right now. There are some freshly picked tomatoes in the fridge. I'll get a couple for you." Bian Changxi turned to look at her own vegetable patch. In just over half a month, it had become a lush green area with cabbage, chives, tomatoes, cucumbers, and even a small patch of corn. There was also a pear tree and an apple tree, all growing beautifully. This was all her doing. By now, she had gained a significant understanding of the growth patterns of ordinary plants. The result of her labor was that the vegetables and fruits grew rapidly and safely. The area of the patch had expanded from a few square meters to over 10. Bian Changxi looked at it with a smile, feeling exceptionally happy. She went over and touched the pear and apple saplings, and the waist-high trees immediately grew a bit taller. Her mood improved even more. She greeted Wu Dalang and the others, then chased after Auntie Zhao with milk in her arms. "Auntie Zhao, I have a watermelon. Let's cut it and eat." Bian Changxi reflected that the biggest benefit of raiding the wholesale market was that she could now openly bring out whatever she wanted to eat, even fruit, fish, and meat. After all, she had taken 2 cold storage units. In fact, even Gu Xu didn't know exactly what she had collected, as many things were packed in cardboard boxes. Sometimes, when the warehouse doors were closed, Bian Changxi would use her vines to collect things, so he couldn't see the details. So, in the future, she could easily swap out the new stock with the produce from her space. She produced a large watermelon. This one really was from the raid. The one in her space was still just a vine. She handed it to Auntie Zhao and watched her wash it, cut it, and put it in the freezer for a quick chill. She grabbed a tomato and ate it as she went upstairs to shower and change. Outside, Gu Xu finished parking the car. Seeing his two comrades staring at the saplings in a daze, he looked over curiously and noticed they had grown taller. Wu Dalang smiled and said, "It looks like it won't be long before we can eat fresh pears." Shadow asked, did she tear up? A light flickered in Gu Xu's eyes as he nodded. During the battle. No wonder she couldn't stay inside. She's a fighter, Wu Dalang said. Shadow were falling behind. Gu Xu said, rest for a few more days. You'll be busy later. Bian Changxi, reaching Tier 3 meant the day the two of them could stand up again wasn't far off. This was truly the best news. Everyone felt invigorated. It was impossible for Wu Dalang and Shadow not to be anxious about their half-dead state. If they hadn't been worried about discouraging the others, they might not have been willing to drag it out this long and would have ended it already. For people who had once faced death on the battlefield, being unable to fight was worse than dying. Their persistence, until now, was largely due to their trust in Bian Changxi's ability. So, when Bian Changxi was presumed dead for a while, the blow to them had been unimaginable. Her return had brought an immeasurable amount of life to the villa, just like that vegetable patch, once dead and barren, now lush and thriving. Even a single glance made one feel happy. Gu Xu came out after his shower and looked up. Bian Changxi's door was still closed. She was very efficient outside, but once she was in her room, she could really take her time. Maybe all girls were like that. Gu Xu shook his head. Just as he was about to head downstairs, the door opened with a click and Bian Changxi stepped out. Her soft, short hair was wet, sticking to her cheeks like fine silk. She brushed her hair back as she walked in flip-flops. Her pale orange t-shirt made her skin look even fairer, and her calves looked slender and delicate in her cropped casual pants. Her feet in the flip-flops were small and jade-like, her toenails gleaming. She looked very refined and cute. Seeing him, she smiled. A shower feels good, doesn't it? It's already mid-September, and it's still this hot. It's ridiculous. If only they had running water, she could take a proper shower. She thought to herself, though soaking in the stream in her space was also very comfortable. She then realized Gu Xu was staring at her. She looked at herself in confusion. What is it? Is something wrong? Gu Xu's gaze was perfectly frank, purely analytical. Is the change from a wood element breakthrough this obvious? You seem a bit different. Bian Changxi knew what he meant. As they walked downstairs together, she said, it's probably my complexion. Wood element is very compatible with health. It silently nourishes the body. Have you noticed? Wood element users are all very healthy. She smiled. And you definitely haven't noticed the changes in a water element user before and after a breakthrough. That change is truly massive. They get more and more watery. I had a patient before who was a Tier 1 water element user, an older lady. Not long after her illness was cured, she teared up and came to thank me. I looked at her, and she looked at least 10 years younger. Her skin was amazing. Gu Xu gave a faint smile. Why would he pay attention to others? Auntie Zhao had made a meal using the ingredients Bian Changxi provided. Ribs with rice cakes. Otherwise, they would have just had the rice kept warm in the cooker. It was already 2 o'clock, so a full meal of rice seemed boring. The ribs with rice cakes smelled of savory meat and glutinous rice. The thickened sauce was glossy and sweet, sprinkled with spice powder and a few chopped green onions. It was mouth-watering. Gu Xu ate 2 large bowls in one go. Even Wu Dalang and the others couldn't help but want a taste. Auntie Zhao was beaming and immediately went back to the kitchen to get busy. She had finally found her confidence as the housekeeper. This was how it should be. Everyone was so busy and tired, how could they not eat well? Bian Changxi had grown vegetables, and since she arrived, the food in the villa had improved by several levels, but the ingredients were always whatever others sent over. They didn't have much flavor, and the atmosphere was never this lively. Bian Changxi slipped into the kitchen and stuffed the counters and fridge with all sorts of ingredients. Auntie Zhao, don't worry about saving food from now on. Gu Xu and I got a lot of things today, and we'll get more in the future. As long as it's not a full imperial banquet, we can afford to eat well every day. Auntie Zhao was happy, but she was also worried Bian Changxi was getting ahead of herself. She gave her a reproachful look. There are so many people outside who haven't seen a grain of rice in days, and here you're talking about eating well. My biggest hope is just to have a few more home-cooked dishes and see everyone getting proper nutrition every day. Bian Changxi stuck out her tongue, wondering where Gu Xu had found Auntie Zhao. She was a good cook, knew how to take care of people, wasn't greedy, and was grateful. She treated them like her own nephews and nieces, caring for them while knowing her place. She was almost perfect, well, except for the nagging. She set down a bag of Thai jasmine rice. Let's cook this tonight. It looks delicious. All right, Auntie Zhao replied. Seeing her lingering in the kitchen as if looking for something, Auntie Zhao asked cautiously, no more worries. Bian Changxi was taken aback. Auntie Zhao continued as she sliced the frozen rice cakes. You've been wearing a long face lately, and everyone was worried about you. When you said you were leaving the base last night, I thought something had happened. She glanced outside, closed the kitchen door, and whispered, Captain Gu didn't come back until the middle of the night. I saw the light in his study on all night. This morning, he hurriedly finished his business, changed his clothes, and went after you. It's not my place as an outsider to say these things, but I'm older than you, so I'll say a few words. I don't know if that cousin of yours is reliable, but Captain Gu and the others truly care. You have a tough personality, and it's hard for people to stay by your side. I won't talk about those who treat you as a comrade or a battle companion, but how many people are there who treat you as a girl to be looked after and a sister to be cherished? Even your cousin can't do that. You should open your eyes and realize who is worth it and who isn't. Don't push away the people who truly care for you for the sake of those who aren't worth it. Bian Changxi was shaken. Although she had already figured things out and moved on, it wasn't as clear and profound as hearing Auntie Zhao say it. She suddenly felt a sense of clarity. She was silent for a moment, then smiled. I understand. That's good, that's good. Auntie Zhao saw that she understood and felt a huge sense of relief. To be honest, seeing Bian Changxi entangled with those people named Bian made her feel frustrated. Such a good girl, stuck with relatives like that. Ties should be cut when necessary. In this world, to put it bluntly, no one knows how long they have to live. Everyone is living day by day, risking their lives. Why let those insignificant people ruin your mood? Bian Changxi wasn't aware that her own troubles had caused distress for so many people around her. Thinking about it made her feel quite ashamed. Her way of expressing an apology was simple and direct. After everyone had eaten and rested for a moment, she went to the living room and patted the back of Wu Dalang's chair. Is your leg still hurting today? She had treated Wu Dalang and Shadow's bodies as usual before going out in the morning, so asking again within the same day didn't make much sense, but everyone immediately understood her intention. Wu Dalang said, same old. It gets better every day. Now it only hurts if I bend or stretch it too far. Meh. Bian Changxi looked at his leg, made a mental calculation, and then raised her hand. A streak of green instantly wrapped around the old injury. Everyone felt their vision bright. The air seemed to fill with the mellow fragrance of natural trees, mixed with a clarity as crisp as ice and snow. The living room, which was already cooler than the outside due to its special design and stored cold air, dropped another 3 degrees. For a moment, everyone felt an indescribable comfort. Everyone present, including Auntie Zhao, ran out to watch. Gu Xu even stepped closer to Bian Changxi. All eyes were fixed on what Bian Changxi had summoned. It was a vine, but it didn't look like the ones from before. Previously, they were just bare stems, but this vine had leaves. Emerald green, thick and broad leaves were scattered across the stem, swaying beautifully. Both the stem and leaves were coated in white ice, adding a touch of cold elegance to the vibrant green. In the center of the stem and leaves, a thread of red seemed to be imprisoned, exuding a hint of bewitching allure. However, everyone already knew that Bian Changxi's wood element was different from others, so this wasn't too strange. What was amazing was that as soon as the leaves touched the wound, they melted away, turning into a mist of red, green, and white that merged into the leg, as if drilling inside to fill the injury. At the same time, the stem and remaining leaves wrapped around the leg layer by layer, deflating as they wrapped, resembling a green bandage. Wu Dalang felt waves of coolness and a prickling itch from the wound that usually ached dully. An incredibly tough and deep power was being channeled in from there. Then he felt his calf, which had been weak and limp, filling with strength bit by bit. Even his body felt as if he had been given 2 bags of blood after blood loss. His spirits were instantly lifted. Bian Changxi was just as excited as he was. She could feel her energy stimulating Wu Dalang's leg bones, which had never been able to knit together perfectly, forcing them to grow and finally merge, leaving no gaps between the broken edges. She breathed a huge sigh of relief in her heart. The reason Wu Dalang had been unable to stand was a problem with the bone. The severed part of the femur looked like it had healed, but it was actually missing a tiny sliver, maintaining a permanent distance, forever stagnant. No matter what method was used, it wouldn't grow a single nanometer, as if the bones on both sides had a huge fight and refused to interact. If there was a problem with the bone, what use was it if the muscles and nerves healed well? Conversely, once the bone problem was solved, the connective tissues and nerves, which had already recovered significantly, immediately caught up with the rhythm. In just a few seconds, Wu Dalang's leg was healed. Bian Changxi let go. The entire vine was wrapped around Wu Dalang's leg, acting as a fixation device and providing continuous nourishment. She took a step back. "Try standing up." Anand was stunned. "It's healed just like that." Bian Changxi smiled but didn't speak. Gu Xu and Anand supported Wu Dalang from the left and right, helping him stand up. He even took a step. Wu Dalang seemed a bit uncoordinated. There was a physiological delay when he moved. Bian Changxi explained that his nerves had just recovered. After all, he hadn't moved for so many days, and his muscles were rusty. With 3 to 5 days of practice, he would definitely be walking briskly. Wu Dalang was so excited, he didn't know what to say. Bian Changxi then walked toward Shadow. Shadow's problem was a bit complicated. He was poisoned. Recently, he had been soaking in water mixed with 5-color grass juice, then applying a paste made from fresh 5-color grass, and now he was drinking decocted herbal soup. After so many days, a lot of toxins had been expelled, and both his body and complexion were improving. The time he spent awake each day had increased significantly, and he could perform simple activities like eating, but he still couldn't stand up. It was just detoxing, wasn't it? Bian Changxi flicked her fingers. What was so hard about that? She prepared all the tools and had Shadow move to an open area. While starting a blood transfusion and IV drip, she had Gu Xu support him in a sitting position. Standing behind him, she cut open the original and deepest wound on his back, pressed her palm against it, and activated her energy. Streaks of black shadows flashed across the surface of Shadow's body. This toxin had probably gotten too comfortable nesting inside Shadow. It had grown dense and strong and seemed to possess intelligence. Just like when Liang Ziyan attacked last time, these things that had gained sentience immediately gathered to attack the foreign energy once they felt their existence was threatened. They wanted to drive Bian Changxi's wood energy out and even counterinvade. Unfortunately, Bian Changxi was not Liang Ziyan. She was calm and bold, and currently at Tier 3. She was not someone the toxins from a Tier 1 or 2 mutant snake could provoke. First, she pretended to be weak. When the black dots of toxin arrogantly rushed out, she retreated step by step. On the surface of Shadow's body, everyone saw a mass of black shadow fighting against a beam of green light. The green light was forced back to Bian Changxi's hand, but just as the pitch-black shadow was about to attack, the green light suddenly surged, completely enveloping the black shadow. Bian Changxi clenched her hand fiercely and abruptly pulled out a black ball, throwing it into a thick alloy bucket prepared earlier. The black ball was a lump of terrifyingly dark slime. It corroded the bucket, making a sizzling noise, and Bian Changxi's hand was also being corroded. Expressionless, she shook her hand lightly while keeping her other hand pressed above Shadow's wound, which was spurting black-red blood. Auntie Zhao poured the soup decocted from 5-color grass down his throat, and the blood flowing from the wound instantly turned much darker. After repeating this 3 times, the color of the blood flowing out roughly returned to normal. Bian Changxi then healed the wound. Shadow had lost a pool of blood. If not for the transfusion and IV support, he would have turned into a dried corpse. However, this process was extremely damaging to the body. The health he had painstakingly built up over these days was hollowed out again. He couldn't say a word. Several people cleaned him up and let him sleep while still hooked up to the nutrient solution. By the time everything was done, it was already past 5 o'clock. The sun was setting, dyeing the villa in a warm, intoxicating dark yellow. Bian Changxi had taken another shower and was sitting on the sofa holding a cup of barley tea to quench her thirst, staring into space. When she saw Gu Xu and the others coming out of Shadow's room, their faces showing a mix of exhaustion and joy, she asked, "Is he asleep?" "He's asleep. Sleeping very soundly." "That's good," Bian Changxi said. 80 to 90% of the poison in his body has been cleared. From now on, boil 5-color grass for him to drink every day and strengthen his nutrition. He should recover within a week. Once he recovers, the remaining bit of poison won't be a problem. Auntie Zhao smiled until her eyes narrowed. "That's good. Leave the nutrition to me. What should I make? How about ribs and fish? Right, we also need fresh vegetables. Oh, it's time for dinner." Muttering to herself, she grabbed her apron and hurried to the kitchen. Wu Dalang was full of grateful words, but seeing the situation, he tactfully stopped. He looked up and said, "Anan, push me back to my room. Help me try walking a few steps." Bian Changxi hurriedly reminded him, "Don't be too impatient. Just practice for a little while, otherwise it's bad for the wound." She turned back and met Gu Xu's smiling eyes. She lowered her head and took a sip of tea. "No need to say thank you. This is what I should do. Besides, you helped me a lot today." He had claimed he wanted to go out and relax after finishing his work. Bian Changxi shook her head secretly. To think he could say that, and to think she believed it. They were both strange people. But her heart felt like the yellowing tea in the cup, rippling slightly. And she felt a bit uneasy. Wasn't he taking care of her a bit too much? It was almost to the point of being excessive. Could it be what she was thinking? How was that possible? She narrowed her eyes at the reflection of the chandelier in the tea. The colorful glazed light made her a bit dizzy, and her mind was a bit messy. Gu Xu naturally didn't know her confusion and bewilderment at this moment. He didn't make any verbal concessions either. He took the cup from her hand. "Drink less water. Go sleep for a while. You're tired." Unknowingly, she had already drunk more than half a pot. She rubbed her forehead. She really was a bit tired. She had used so much energy and ability during the day, and the treatment just now wasn't easy. Even as a wood element user, she felt exhausted. Then those trees. No rush for that. I took some samples for them to study first. Keep the things with you for now. It's about time those people came back. I'll go out to understand the situation. The routine meeting tonight will likely bring this up. Today was the weekend, and there was a routine weekend meeting. It would be Gu Xu's fourth time attending. During the day, they had defeated the pack of black dogs and retreated using the excuse that Bian Changxi's ability was exhausted. It wasn't clear what Colonel Lin and the others encountered afterward. Gu Xu didn't fight unprepared battles. Tonight, he would definitely be the focus of questioning, so naturally, he had to get a clear understanding first. He went upstairs with Bian Changxi and suddenly asked, "By the way, where's milk?" "Milk?" Bian Changxi said uncertainly, "Seems to be in my room. He followed me in after we got back." "Oh no, he crawled into bed without washing up." She hurriedly ran into the room. A moment later, she came out with a dark face, carrying a soundly sleeping small beast, and threw it on the floor. "How many times have I told you? You're not allowed on the bed unless you clean yourself up. You're really going to be the death of me." Milk opened his eyes groggily, seemingly not understanding what had happened. He dragged his soft, sleeping body toward the bedroom door again, only to be held down by a large hand. Gu Xu picked him up by the scruff of his neck and smiled. "I'll give him a bath. This guy helped me a lot today. So a bath would be the reward." Bian Changxi hesitated. On one hand, she was really sleepy. On the other hand, she was angry that Milk had dirtied her freshly made quilt. How many quilts had she changed for him? That unrepentant little thing. She waved her hand grandly. "Then you take him back. After all, he was the rightful owner. Washing him was only natural." Bian Changxi turned back to her room. Once the door closed, Gu Xu's smile gradually faded. His gaze became clear and cold. He loosened his hand, letting Milk drop straight to the floor. "Are you awake now?" Milk had soft flesh and thick fur, so falling on the floor didn't hurt at all. But being dropped twice in a short period would make even a small animal angry. "Okay." He rubbed his head against the floor in annoyance, about to open his eyes and express his dissatisfaction to his mistress. A little tantrum and acting cute usually worked. His soft-hearted mistress couldn't bear to scold him and had no way to deal with him. Female creatures were indeed easier to handle. No, it should be said that little Bian was the cutest. Her soft, warm wood element embrace was just like her person, always making him feel comfortable down to his bones. While he was thinking nonsense, a cold, powerful baritone voice spoke abruptly, scaring him stiff. He looked up sharply. Gu Xu was also holding a cup of barley tea, poured before coming upstairs. The faint smoky flavor was actually quite nice. He leaned against the railing, one arm across his chest, the other holding the cup. He took a sip leisurely, his calm, ripple-less gaze fixed on Milk, locking eyes with those beautiful grape-like pupils. Bian Changxi said this was his pet, but he didn't feel that way. From the beginning until now, Milk had followed her. However, the idea of helping her raise a pet wasn't bad. He accepted it gladly. Furthermore, for some reason, this unlike little animal always gave him a familiar feeling. He quite liked it too. But no matter how familiar or tolerant he was, there was one thing he found hard to endure. The situation outside is perilous, yet you dared to act on your own. Is this how you act as a follower? During the day, Milk had suddenly dashed out to hunt. Gu Xu wasn't angry for any other reason than the fact that this heartless creature dared to leave Bian Changxi alone. Judging by the situation, similar things had happened several times. Milk stared back at him, but gradually lost the battle. In a fit of pique, he turned his butt toward Gu Xu, just like before, except the brown rat butt had turned into a white fluffy one. Gu Xu was stunned for a moment, then laughed out of anger. "Chuate the temper. You think you're in the right. Follow me." The last sentence was spoken lightly, but the tone allowed no refusal. Milk tilted his head and hesitated, but eventually turned around and trotted after him. When Bian Changxi went downstairs early the next morning, she saw Milk squatting on his hind legs, his front legs straight, sitting on the floor very majestically and proudly at Gu Xu's feet. His fluffy tail flicked behind him from time to time, and the aura radiating from his body was actually similar to the sharpness and arrogance he displayed when hunting. Gu Xu, dressed in casual clothes, sat on the sofa looking through a document. His fingers were long and slender, his profile focused, his posture elegant and comfortable. Milk looked exactly like his guardian. Dog. Okay. What she wanted to say was that both looked very high class. She was astonished and slowed her steps. Milk. Since when do you have such standard posture? Usually, you're either lying flat or curled up, lazy as if you don't have a single bone in your body. Milk turned his head with a gulu sound, his eyes lighting up. Tongue lolling out, he immediately lifted his butt and charged over, his aura instantly shattering into pieces. But Bian Changxi's next sentence was, "Why have you gotten fat again?" With a thud, Milk, who was eager for comfort, tragically face-planted onto the floor. He rolled over angrily, refusing to acknowledge her anymore. Holding back laughter, Bian Changxi scooped up his fat, soft, warm body and sat on the sofa. She lifted him up and looked him over. Okay, you didn't get fat, you grew a bit. How did you change so much overnight? His fur had turned white, that could be because Gu Xu washed him. It had become thicker. Okay, that could be the effect of washing and blow-drying. He felt heavier, probably because he ate too much again. But his physical size getting bigger. She tapped his larger, whiter soft ears and pried open his mouth to look at his larger, sharper teeth. She cast a confused look at Gu Xu opposite her. Gu Xu looked up from the document. Probably because he absorbed a lot of essence blood yesterday. Bian Changxi realized, so that's it. No wonder I thought he never grew. It turns out he grows like this. He needed essence blood. But seeing how Milk looked down on most animals, animals with essence blood must be extremely rare. Didn't that mean he would grow very slowly? Bian Changxi muttered while secretly pinching the soft, warm fat on his belly, whispering, still fat. Milk bared his teeth at her. Gu Xu nodded in agreement from the other side. He needs more exercise. I plan to take him for 2 laps every day. Bian Changxi nodded, then thought about it and felt something was wrong. Is running useful? Usually, although he was lazy when his strength was needed, he ran very happily, yet she never saw him get thinner. Gu Xu paused, looking at Milk, who was listening with wide eyes. Then, how about a diet? Milk immediately turned his head to stare nervously at Bian Changxi. Bian Changxi hesitated a bit. This little thing was very greedy, and for the sake of his glorious image, he always ate secretly when no one was watching. The day before yesterday, he sat on her pillow, happily eating handfuls of potato chips and chicken legs. She once suspected that he stuck to her because her food stock was abundant, and she was willing to let him squander it. Wouldn't a diet kill him? Then she heard Gu Xu add leisurely, if he gets any fatter, his joints won't be flexible. Out in the wild, Bian Changxi immediately said, then let's diet. Let's see the effect first. Milk buried his head into Bian Changxi's arms, arching indignantly. Don't be like this. What's wrong with eating some snacks? A smile played at the corner of Gu Xu's mouth, but he quickly suppressed it. He closed the document and handed it to Bian Changxi. Take a look at this. Bian Changxi took it and scanned it, her mind immediately withdrawing from Milk. She sat up straight and flipped through it with both hands. After making a fuss for a while and seeing that Bian Changxi was ignoring him, Milk turned his head to glare indignantly at Gu Xu. Gu Xu's gaze was clear, his expression faint. He glanced at Milk. Milk was so angry he bared his teeth, glared, and lashed his tail. Gu Xu got up, brought a glass of milk and a plate of bacon toast from the kitchen, and placed them in front of Bian Changxi. Milk's eyes went straight. He immediately revealed a pleading look and crawled over like a sycophant. Bian Changxi hurriedly read through the document and looked up in surprise. Their research speed is good. Yesterday, regarding that strange tree, what was called the black iron tree in her past life, Gu Xu gave a small part to his subordinates. Overnight, density, hardness, strength, ductility, conductivity, and a dozen or 20 other data points were listed on paper. Below that, various analysis and usage opinions were given. Among them, Bian Changxi was pleasantly surprised to see someone suggest using this material to modify current firearms to increase their power. Bian Changxi looked at the signature on this proposal. It was LWO Jiaoqing. She remembered this person. In her past life, he was a staff member of the Sioux City Base Research Institute and later held a post at Tungyang Base. He was very talented, but his personality was eccentric and he wasn't very popular. His fame wasn't as great as Chu Yi's. Some time ago, Gu Pei wanted to expand the scale of his work, so Gu Xu simply established a studio for him. Inside, there were classifications for analyzing various phenomena, studying laws and regulations, and researching new technologies. With classifications, naturally, they needed to recruit people. Because they didn't explicitly state they were recruiting technical talent with great fanfare, those who came to apply were mostly clerical workers. They had to sift through them, like panning for gold, to find a few people who touched upon scientific research. Bian Changxi had contributed the Big Brother communication device confiscated from the Jiandai tunnel. When she sent it over, she happened to run into LWO Jiaoqing interviewing, so she kept him. Gu Xu nodded. The proposals below still need to be discussed in a meeting. We need to select a few with significant value and feasibility to create specialized plans. The next step is the testing phase. Do you have any opinions? Bian Changxi smiled. I think LWO Jiaoqing's proposal is quite good. We got 24 black trees yesterday, totaling 7 or 8 tons. Not all parts can be used. After testing and experiments, not much will be left for actual production. For manufacturing vehicles or buildings, it's clearly not enough. For firearms and bullets, the material usage would be more economical. Gu Xu agreed with this point and signaled her to eat. Besides firearms, producing knives and axes is also a good choice. However, this is all precision work. Pei said that currently, even cutting this material is very laborious. There is still a long way to go before it can be put into production. Meh. Bian Changxi bit into the bacon and only then realized the others weren't there. She looked around. Where's Pei? He's in full swing right now. He went out early in the morning. Qiao Feng and Qiao Yun weren't there either. Anan was accompanying Wu Dalang walking in the yard. Auntie Zhao had just taken breakfast to Shadow's room. There were really too few people in the huge villa. It easily seemed empty. She looked around and found Milk sitting properly at her feet again. She suddenly felt curious. Why did he become serious again in the blink of an eye? Gu Xu asked, "Do you have anything to do today?" "I'll check on old Wu and Shadow in a bit, then go to the hospital. After that, I have nothing to do." She planned to come back and plant vegetables, count the supplies in her bracelet, and fill the villa with some furniture. "Do you have something?" "I'm going to the factory later." "Want to come along?" The so-called factory was Jiang City's own factory, newly built on the foundation Gu Xu had forcibly applied for. Inside, presided over by the management team under Gu Xu, they hired managers, designers, business experts, negotiation talents, and elites from various fields. Then they hired suitable workers. The main work was to solve the difficulties of water and electricity for the people of Jiang City, rebuild sewers, construct buildings, repair old houses, produce new clothes, make weapons, modify old-style furniture and utensils, etc. It also covered car repairs, freight transport, and other businesses. Mutant beast meat, leather, skeletons, and some edible plants obtained from outside could also be sent to the factory's specialized small departments for processing. It wasn't really for profit. Mainly, having such a factory solved the employment problem for some people and the living difficulties for others. It circulated the resources in everyone's hands and public resources, mobilizing everyone's enthusiasm and initiative. In short, this factory was like a huge hub. One couldn't say it connected all 400,000 or 500,000 people in Jiang City because the scale wasn't there yet, but it gave everyone a feeling that they had their own center of activity and work. Only with production could there be progress and a sense of living. This undoubtedly gave everyone a shot in the arm and a strong signal that life was improving. Bian Changxi walked through the manual processing plant, watching the female workers who kept their heads down, hands flying, and shouted energetically. She said to Gu Xu, "You're really amazing." Gu Xu asked back without modesty, "How so?" "If I were walking on the street right now, do you know what I would see?" Bian Changxi smiled and said, "Men with faces full of misery, women with faces full of sorrow. Those slightly more developed and capable act so arrogant it's like they have 'I am the greatest' written on their faces, kicking anyone they find unpleasant. Women with a bit of beauty either cling to the strong, smug, and conceited, or are terrified, afraid of being robbed at any moment. Children have no peace either, picking through trash and begging everywhere. The elderly live even more miserably." She sighed. "But look how fulfilled and stable the people here are. They worked so hard, unable to hide the smiles on their faces. Even those with calm, plain expressions had confidence because they had a way out. There were not only female workers here, but also some child laborers. They were all diligent and clever people, working with an attitude of gratitude." Light shimmered in Bian Changxi's eyes as she looked at Gu Xu and sighed with emotion. "What you've given these people isn't just a job, but hope for life." No wonder he wasn't in a hurry to expand outward. With such a large collective, so much negative emotion accumulated on the road forward. If emotions and attitudes weren't adjusted before rushing out to fight and kill, it would be like building a skyscraper on an unstable foundation. The hidden dangers were immeasurable. So many crimes and dark phenomena stemmed from this anxiety and lack of direction, which could only be vented savagely and crudely. They say to settle internal affairs before resisting foreign aggression. Gu Xu was undoubtedly curing the root cause. The later development and strengthening would then happen naturally. Gu Xu felt as if a hand had plucked at his heartstrings. His slow and circuitous approach was misunderstood by too many people. Too many people took the opportunity to cause trouble. He remained immovable and ignored them because he didn't want frequent riots and crimes under his rule. He still had many things to do and needed a stable environment. A logistics department without too many worries. Rather than bloody suppression later, it was better to lay a good foundation and create a good atmosphere from the start. Furthermore, it wasn't necessarily without the thought of giving these people the most suitable and good living environment. He lowered his eyelids to hide the movement in his eyes and said calmly, "The entire factory, including the security team outside, has less than 10,000 people. Production drives the peripheral floating personnel. All in all, the people receiving salaries here barely count 25,000, not even a fraction of the people in Jiang City." "You can't calculate it like that," Bian Changxi said experiencedly. "These people have families, right? They can't all be bachelors. Let's assume each person has 2 family members behind them. Then you've solved the livelihood problem for 75,000 people. That's not a small number. Not to mention the influence in other aspects, and not counting the efforts you've made in other areas." She had a look that said, "Boss Gu, stop being modest." Gu Xu smiled and shook his head. Gu Xu had other business here today and was checking the situation on the way. Bian Changxi strongly requested to visit the handicraft factory. To see the whole leopard by peeping at a spot, they didn't alert the management. The two walked quietly through the corridor. In the last workshop, The clack-clack sound of sewing machines and the crisp sound of cutting fabric could be heard. A woman's slightly deep voice spoke from inside. Tighten it a bit more here. Under the armpit. If it's too loose, it will affect movement. Sister Liu, this snake skin is too hard. I've already broken 2 pairs of scissors. Mainly, I'm afraid of cutting it crooked. If there's extra, I can trim it, but if it's too little, it's hard to patch, a somewhat reluctant female voice replied. Meh. Let me see. Bian Changxi stopped at the door. The workshop wasn't large. It had 2 work tables, 2 sewing machines, and piles of fabric against the wall. Various strange materials hung on the wall, which could be identified as beast skins and feathers. A woman dressed in an intellectual and mature style was bent over the work table, holding a tool to pick open stitches, then using a pen to outline lines. After drawing, she called a male worker. Xiao Li, come here. You have strength, cut along this line. Only then did she notice someone at the door. She looked up, her expression immediately straightened, and she walked over to welcome them. Captain Gu, I didn't know you were here. Sorry for not welcoming you sooner. Come in and sit. Hearing the voice, the people inside looked over. They saw a man and a woman standing at the door. The man was tall and handsome, the woman slender and beautiful. Both were top tier in appearance, seeming to brighten up this small workshop. They knew Gu Xu. Even those who didn't know him understood who he was upon hearing the address. As for Bian Changxi, many hadn't seen her, but her fame was perhaps even greater than Gu Xu's. As long as they saw a woman standing beside Gu Xu, they thought of no one else but that great doctor. People got excited, putting down their work and tools, standing solemnly, unable to hide their emotion. Gu Xu waved his hand, signaling them not to be nervous. He turned his head to look at Bian Changxi, wondering why she stopped here. Bian Changxi gave him a look that said, "Wait for me," then walked in with great interest to take a look around. She looked at the garment that required reworking. It was a vest. The outer layer was python skin, washed and polished until very smooth. The inner layer was a white, silky smooth fabric sewn meticulously inside. If worn against the skin, it wouldn't prick. The seams at the edges were also processed very exquisitely. It could be said that this was already a finished work, just that the armholes were a bit large. The redrawn line was only narrower, by a fraction of a centimeter. She looked at Sister Liu, who stood aside with hands clasped, smiling politely and courteously, her gaze tilted slightly toward the ground, not looking at anyone. Feeling a stifling sensation in her heart, Bian Changxi spoke in a familiar tone, "Auntie Liu, you are still as meticulous as ever." The latter was startled. She looked up in surprise, and a touch of sincerity gradually entered her smile. "Xiaozai remembers Auntie Liu. Of course, my memory is very good." "Hee, you were so small back then." Bian Changxi lowered her voice. "I also saw you at my parents' memorial service." She trembled slightly again, her eyes becoming desolate. "That was many years ago." Bian Changxi raised her voice again. "Auntie Liu is still in the clothing business." "Yes, I don't know what else I can do besides this," she said tranquilly. "But it's quite good. Having a skill here is still a way out. My old colleagues have skills, but are now doing coolie work. And they had to fight to do coolie work. The spots were very tight." She smiled bitterly as she spoke, bowing slightly to Gu Xu to show gratitude, then asked Bian Changxi, "Are you doing well now?" "Can I not be well? My name is quite famous. Fame has its difficulties. Obscurity has its benefits." She shook her head. "Anyway, be careful and take good care of yourself." When Bian Changxi walked out of the workshop again, she couldn't tell if her mood was heavy or relieved. She took the initiative to say, "Auntie Liu's name is Liu Xiangjai. She was a high school and university classmate of my parents. She visited our home a few times when I was little. I hated her back then because every time she left, my parents would have a cold war for half a day. I even secretly discussed with Bian Quang that she must have a crush on my dad. She couldn't help but laugh at herself, then said, "She is a very dedicated and professional fashion designer. She is proficient and obsessed with cutting and production. In her life, she hated using connections the most, and she was indifferent to competition, so her career was always bumpy. But she was never anxious, as long as there were clothes to design and make." Gu Xu nodded. "I could tell." Just now, she even pretended not to know Bian Changxi. If Bian Changxi hadn't taken the initiative to address her, she would have played the passerby to the end. Gu Xu recalled the information he had just received. She opened a small clothing store on Donking Road, but business isn't very good. "Do you want me to?" There was the Xu family's clothing store on Donking Road, which was the business of Bian Kuang's good friend, Xu Qingyang's family. That was once the leader of Jiang City's clothing industry, and here it was also a leading existence. Liu Xiangzhai's business would naturally be squeezed into the cold. Bian Changxi knew this situation very well. In her past life, she had worked in Liu Xiangzhai's store for 2 days. At that time, she was naturally very destitute. Entering the base, she survived for several days on 2 white cores given by a kind person. She found the Bian family, but the situation didn't improve much. Except for a bed to sleep in, she had to figure out food, clothing, and water herself, otherwise starving and wearing sour, tattered clothes were the only options. Her wood element hadn't recovered then. Holding a Tier 1 green core given by Bian Kuang, she racked her brains to study it while going out to find work. Searching around, she happened to walk onto Donking Road. Auntie Liu's store was recruiting an assistant. Meals included, accommodation not included. 3 days for 1 Tier 1 white core. This salary was considered good, so many people came to apply, and there were plenty of professionals. Yet she was the one chosen. At the time, she didn't connect this Auntie Liu with the one in her memory. After all, she had only seen her a few times. She just felt this female boss had a gentle temper. She, who could only measure fabric and hand over tools, was not only not disliked, but even got a raise. However, she only worked for 2 days. One reason was that her wood element gradually recovered. The other was that she found this small fixed salary really useless. The Bian family knew what she was doing and how much income she had, so she couldn't keep any money. Thus, she quit this stable job and went to the mercenary hall to take missions, stepping onto a path of risking death for huge profits. Later, she found out who Auntie Liu was and knew that she had broken the rules and used connections for her. Although it seemed like a trivial matter, Bian Changxi remembered it for a long time. She had wanted to repay her quite early on, but there was no entry point. She smiled. "I do want to help her, but if I help that way, she might resent me instead. Those iron dogs from yesterday, I collected their corpses. They grew so tough. The materials on them must have value, especially that skin. You don't have any usable tailors under you yet, right? I recommend Liu Xiangzhai." Gu Xu understood. "We have to go through an assessment. Assess however you like. She is a professional." Liu Xiangzhai was just a small interlude. Bian Changxi settled a matter on her mind and then followed Gu Xu's arrangements. They inspected the entire factory, then left the plant and went to the office building. Gu Pei's studio was located here, in the basement, guarded by sentries. Upon entering, one first saw blue cubicles like those in advanced office buildings, wide desks, and even computers. The work atmosphere was very heavy. Bian Changxi almost thought she had returned to some company before the apocalypse. Seeing Bian Changxi staring at the computers with shining eyes, Gu Xu said as they walked, "These computers are connected to the studio's intranet. The internet from before the apocalypse is paralyzed and can't be reactivated." Bian Changxi felt some regret. Humanity's years of crystallized wisdom, life, entertainment, the 2D world, all vanished silently just like that. Although she was long used to it, if there were internet, this apocalypse would have a splash of color. Gu Pei ran over in surprise. "Brother Changxi, why are you here?" Gu Xu gestured toward Bian Changxi. Bian Changxi pouted and took out the black iron tree research report from her bracelet. At the same time, she looked Gu Pei over. He was wearing a shirt and trousers, looking spirited and full of handsome brightness. Although he lacked maturity, youthful vitality was an irresistible charm. She joked, "Pei, you look very much like an upper-class elite." "Very charming." Gu Pei's hand paused as he took the document. He stole a glance at Gu Xu and smiled bitterly. "Stop teasing me. A bunch of geniuses under me are arguing back and forth. I listen to this one and don't understand, look at that one and don't know. My head is huge. What elite?" He led the two inside. Gu Xu said, "Changxi and I have read this report. We are interested in a few proposals inside." "Really? That's great. Come give me some guidance." They've been arguing all morning. Everyone has their own reasoning for which direction of production to pursue, and I don't know who to listen to. He suddenly paused. "It's not the precision processing part, is it?" Gu Xu immediately understood. "Is there a difficulty?" Gu Pei nodded. Originally, several people were inclined towards making precision parts, including modifying firearms. But later, when they tested it, the melting point was even higher than the data obtained yesterday. The containment vessel is a major difficulty, not to mention the molds needed for production. He said helplessly, "Xiao Luo, that is LWO Jiuqing, has locked himself in the lab for a long time." They looked toward a heavy glass door on the left, which led to the laboratory. At this time, people in the studio walked over one after another, looking at Gu Xu and Bian Changxi with curiosity, awe, or arrogance. Bian Changxi noticed that those who were curious or awed were those with relatively poor professional skills, while those with arrogant and magical expressions were absolute professionals. It was said that their backgrounds were clean and their loyalty was reliable, but their trait of narcissism was too heavy. Gu Xu's situation was like this now. There were still too few people he could use. So when choosing people, it was hard to ask for complete loyalty. Loyalty was something that could be cultivated. It required a leader to hone and guide. It wasn't like someone would come and immediately bow down and offer their life. So recruiting some people who were hard to control was normal. Even these people had passed selection and preliminary assessment, proving they were true, pure researchers with no inexplicable reasons to betray. It was just that winning their hearts completely required enough leverage. Suddenly, Bian Changxi felt an intense gaze. Looking over, a man in a suit, about 27 or 28 years old, was glaring at her coldly. There was a hint of resentment in his eyes. When she looked over, the other party quickly retracted his gaze. Bian Changxi was stunned for a moment. That person had already stepped out and said to Gu Xu, "Captain Gu. Regarding the iron tree research, several colleagues and I agree that we should pursue the direction of large objects. Car shells, security doors for important passages, safe liners, and protective gear for vital parts. Even knives, swords, and clubs are good choices. The reason is that these objects don't require overly precise processing and molds. With our current technology and equipment, we simply cannot perform fine processing on the iron tree material. If we insist on using it for firearm manufacturing, I'm afraid it will lead to disaster." As he spoke, he glanced toward the laboratory. Bian Changxi shook her head inwardly upon hearing his words. It wasn't that the logic was bad or the reasons insufficient, but the order of his content. Even knives, swords, and clubs, this clearly placed weapons at the very end, the least important position. In her opinion, the most urgent things right now were not security doors or safes, but precisely these life-saving weapons. She guessed Gu Xu wouldn't appreciate this person's logic either. Gu Xu's expression was faint. He stood with his hands behind his back. Clearly dressed in casual attire, he had more of a boss's aura than the actual boss here, Gu Pei. These industry professionals might be perfunctory or superficially respectful to Gu Pei, but in front of Gu Xu, they didn't dare to be presumptuous at all. One by one, they restrained their attitudes and lowered their hands to listen. Gu Xu didn't lecture them. He had no position or need to. Instead, he asked, "I heard that many of you previously approved of the precision direction, but changed your stance because the material's melting point was too high during the retest. Why is that? Isn't the melting point of an object an essential property? How could it change?" Everyone's expression froze. The man who spoke earlier looked a bit guilty and dodgy. Gu Xu's gaze was like a torch, staring at these people with strange expressions. His eyes held a trace of severity, and those who met his gaze lowered their heads or looked away. This is the most critical point, isn't it? No matter which direction we go, the basic properties must be researched clearly first, right? Gu Pei's eyes lit up. Right, I was confused by these scholars and experts. This is the main point. An old scholar with graying hair spoke in a low voice at this moment. In my opinion, it's caused by different parts. Seeing everyone looking at him, he continued, since the material is taken from a mutant tree, even a branch has a root and a tip. It can't be like a steel bar produced in a factory with uniform composition and texture from beginning to end. It even has bark and a core. He paused, then continued calmly, "I believe that different parts have slightly different properties. To utilize this material, we must understand the components within and separate and extract the pure substance." Bian Changxi's eyes moved slightly. This theory, because most new materials in the apocalypse came from mutant animals and plants, these organisms were originally alive. With the passage of time and changes in nature, they were also changing. This change mainly referred to their advancement and evolution. Therefore, few institutions would specifically purify them. Instead, they would directly utilize and modify them. After all, something better might replace this item before long. Separation and purification were too costly and time-consuming, which was unwise. This old scholar's statement clearly ignored this point. However, examples of production after purification were not non-existent. Just like the 2 shots Bian Changxi fired at Xu Hong before she died in her past life. The bullet heads were made from purified tiger bone. These examples had a characteristic. Humans would only increase efforts and invest manpower and financial resources to excavate potential after long-term observation and exploration, confirmed the substance had long-term value. For the black iron tree, it barely counted. Its value existed throughout this first year, and production was extremely low. It belonged to a small species. She really didn't know where else these trees existed. She couldn't help but remember the extremely intense gaze she felt after dealing with those black dogs yesterday, which even carried a vague hatred. She secretly guessed that there was a reborn person at the scene, but the other party was too cautious. That gaze lasted only a brief moment, leaving no trace to follow. Someone was already agreeing with the old scholar. When we did the experiment last night, it felt strange. The material was originally in strips, but what we got in the experiment was cut into blocks. We couldn't see the parts clearly, so we didn't think much about it. After all, time was too tight. Everyone was basically contacting a project valued by the higher-ups for the first time. They were all eager to achieve results. Researching one property counted as one. Proposing one plan counted as one. Who had time to consider anything else? The result was that today's data was different from yesterday's. Gu Xu's gaze turned cold as he looked at Gu Pei. Gu Pei also sensed something unusual and felt ashamed. He immediately said, "I will investigate thoroughly." His assistant, Guo Yi, immediately whispered, "I'll arrange it." At this moment, a loud bang came from the laboratory, followed by a scream that stopped abruptly. Everyone tensed up. Even the clerical staff organizing data ran out to look. Gu Xu immediately said, "Go in and see." Before they took 2 steps, someone ran out of the laboratory in panic. The electric furnace exploded. Molten iron splashed out. Mr. Luo is injured. Bian Changxi immediately sped up. These people with ordinary bodies only felt a cool breeze flash before their eyes, and the person was gone. They were instantly shocked. What speed? Gu Xu followed closely behind. Amidst the swirling smoke, they saw a young man in a white coat being supported to sit on a table. Bian Changxi was slowly withdrawing her hand. Several green bandages were wrapped around the former's charred chin, shoulders, and neck. On the ground, a pool of black liquid with extremely high heat was melting the floor and seeping downwards. There were also broken glass vessels and overturned tables, chairs, and equipment on the ground, a complete mess. That young man ignored himself and shouted, "Collect the liquid." "Collect it. That's all essence. Ah, what are you standing there for?" He even pushed Bian Changxi. Gu Xu's eyes darkened. He pulled Bian Changxi to his side and asked, "What happened?" The white-coated young man, Lwo Jiaoqing, seemed not to hear. His assistant said with a dark face, "Mr. Luo insisted on purifying the iron tree material. It melted and distilled successfully, but the container couldn't withstand it. The solution flowed onto the electric furnace, the furnace exploded, and it became like this. The sequence of events was that someone tampered with the materials, leading people into a misunderstanding. Then, that person brought out the true situation to prove that the claims of those who were misled were wrong. This method was childish and inferior, but once it produced results, it could ruin a person's future. After all, this was considered the first proper research project. Outstanding individuals would easily be noticed by management, while those with major errors would be labeled as incompetent from then on. First impressions could kill. That was generally how it worked. Later investigation revealed that Hu Zhenyuan, the 27 or 28-year-old man who advocated making security doors and safes, was the one who tampered with it. The reason was that he was originally Lwo Jiaoqing Sr. from the same school and was already a professor's assistant with considerable professional achievements. However, Lwo Jiaoqing, who was recruited by Bian Changxi, was valued more than him. Feeling unfair, he took advantage of processing the raw materials to cut them into equal-sized blocks with a diamond cutter. He specifically picked materials from the relatively softer and inferior outer layer for others, while what was left for today was from the middle part of the branch. The melting point, hardness, and so on suddenly increased, making them practically two different materials. After his proposal was rejected, Lwo Jiaoqing dedicated himself to experiments and actually achieved some results. At least he could now separate and extract the inner core and outer layer of the black iron tree. Although there was a small problem with the container, Bian Changxi suggested trying the materials from the iron dogs. After all, the black dogs and the black iron trees grew together. According to the concept of mutual generation and restraint in nature, it wasn't impossible for them to restrain each other. She also left a whole black iron tree for them to study carefully from inside out, top to bottom, to avoid being one-sided again. Lwo Jiaoqing was extremely excited, not caring at all about Hu Zhenyuan's thoughts or fate. After the laboratory was tidied up a bit, he immediately went back to work despite his injuries. He was a complete research maniac. His rough voice shouting at his assistants could be heard from outside. So young, yet such a foul temper. The old scholar sighed, put on his glasses, and slowly walked into the laboratory. "What are you shouting for? Can't you express your meaning by speaking properly?" Bian Changxi shook her head. Lwo Jiaoqing was just such a rough person. He only had work and research in his eyes. His attitude toward the people around him was extremely poor. It should be said that he didn't understand the need to be considerate of others' emotions at all, so he was terrible at being a person. Being terrible at being a person had its benefits. At least there were fewer avenues for job hopping or betrayal. Aside from research, he basically wouldn't use his brain. Just now, Bian Changxi casually mentioned the signal transmission function of the black iron tree material in front of him, behind everyone's back, and slightly brought up that big brother communication device. This guy immediately made the connection, scribbled down a few testing targets, and ran off with his assistant. He didn't suspect at all why Bian Changxi would know these things. A research maniac and a life idiot. Hopefully, he could research results quickly. A smile played on Bian Changxi's lips, and her eyes shone with a faint light. Last night, she thought for a long time. It was certain that there were other reborn people in this world. As for whether there was one, two, or many, that couldn't be determined. What was certain was that she had snatched the black iron tree that one of the reborn people had their eyes on. Connecting this to the communication devices that had appeared very early but were still not seen on the market, she boldly guessed that the research on communication devices had encountered difficulties, which was why the other party was eager to harvest the black iron trees. She didn't understand technology and invention. But thanks to Chu Yi, she knew that the ideal material for communication devices was a certain part of the black iron tree. She remained skeptical about the premature appearance of many new inventions, but she felt two were absolutely necessary. One of them was the communication device. Not to mention the various benefits of communication devices. Just seeing other reborn people leading the trend and flourishing, while she did nothing, gave her a subtle sense of loss. Setting that aside, the other party was hostile to her, which made them an enemy. Letting an enemy grow strong while she remained passively foolish, wasn't that the height of stupidity? She didn't act before because she felt she couldn't stir the waters of the times. Now, with Gu Xu as her backer and a studio established, she would be an idiot if she continued to be a turtle hiding in its shell. The black iron tree was the second step. The communication device was the third step. As for the first step, seeing Gu Xu busy, Bian Changxi walked to a research room. The nameplate on it read Research Room 1, implying it was the first research room here. Not labeling it with a specific noun was to prevent non-core personnel from knowing what was going on inside at a glance. This research room was planned by Bian Changxi herself on the day the studio was completed. Unfortunately, there was a situation at the hospital that day, and she rushed back. This was her first time here too. So, aside from the research direction she proposed, the researchers and staff were personally checked by Gu Xu, selecting the most excellent and reliable people. He also arranged everything inside. The content of the research was completely confidential to the outside world. Even people in the same studio didn't know. People usually looked at Research Room 1 with a mood of puzzlement and pilgrimage. Everyone knew this was a territory that only the most trusted people could contact. When the research on communication devices was truly put on the agenda, there might be a Research Room 2. Bian Changxi took out a keycard, aligned it with the slot, and inserted it. With a beep, the outer door opened. She walked in amidst the curious and envious gazes of the crowd. Closing the outer door, there was another door similar to a security door inside. This door was even more solid and tight than the outer one. Between the two doors was a short space with a camera installed above. She looked at it with novelty and rang the doorbell. The security door was quickly opened. A girl with a ponytail and delicate features poked her head out. Seeing Bian Changxi, her eyes lit up, and she smiled until her eyes narrowed. "Changxi, you're finally here. I've been waiting and waiting. My eyes are worn out from looking." Bian Changxi smiled knowingly. "You're here to work. Why wait for me? You should be waiting for your salary." The girl in front of her was none other than Lin Rongrong. To be honest, when she saw Lin Rongrong among the few listed as core personnel, she was quite surprised. She thought Gu Xu picked people she was familiar with, but later learned that wasn't the case. After she went missing, there were only 2 or 3 people closest to her. Gu Xu had questioned them multiple times about some matters and conveniently took them into his team. Then, after traveling all the way and arriving at the base for reorganization and construction, these people came in handy. As time passed and their seniority grew, they were now veteran-level figures. These people included Lin Rongrong, Zhang Bubai, and half of Chen Yisha. The reason it was half was that the first two were all alone and could be used with peace of mind, while Chen Yisha had a family and countless ties behind her, so she could only do some peripheral things. Every time Bian Changxi thought about it, she felt that Gu Xu was too thorough and kind. He even handled her post-funeral affairs meticulously. Honestly, if she were there herself, she wouldn't have ignored these people either. Lin Rongrong smiled and welcomed her in. Inside was an ordinary room, very large, filled with various workbenches and instruments. Among them was the clumsy previous generation space measuring instrument Gu Pei had found. Of course, this one had now been thoroughly researched and modified. Its function was even more precise than the space measuring instruments currently used at the gates of the 4 major bases. A glass counter displayed various jades, ores, pure mineral materials, and other items. A man in a white coat, wearing glasses, was carefully cutting one of the materials. Another man sat at a table, twirling a jade bead in his hand, his face full of contemplation. Next to him was the space measuring instrument. A small square ore was undergoing red light detection. A woman sat at the computer desk next to it, observing the data with a serious expression, occasionally speaking to a younger male behind her who was scribbling records on paper. Seeing Bian Changxi enter, all 4 put down their work and stood up. "Miss Bian." Bian Changxi felt a bit awkward. She had seen these 4 people before, but now they were so solemn and serious, as if she were a big leader coming to inspect work. It made her uncomfortable, like returning to the time when she was one of the leaders of UNHWA base. In fact, she had never really liked that feeling. Raising her hand to signal everyone to continue working, she walked to the man twirling the jade bead. "How is it going?" This man was named Jiang Zhi, about 25 or 26 years old, with stylish features and a gentle temperament, a proper handsome man. Before the apocalypse, he was a staff member of the affiliated research institute of Jiangxi University, Gu Pei's university. His research direction was something Bian Changxi wouldn't understand even if he explained it. Moreover, he was originally a person within the government system. Overall, he could be called young, promising, and full of potential. He was also the leading figure in Research Room 1. Gu Xu was much more reliable than her in choosing people. Not only did they need a clean background, simple interpersonal relationships, and superb talent, but their character and personality also had to be very good. Although Jiang Zhi was from the system, he had absolutely no power behind him. Coupled with his rise at a young age and struggling alone, he had seen enough of the dark secrets and experienced many ups and downs. His way of dealing with people and situations was extremely thorough. He stood smiling, showing no negligence or arrogance just because he was talented and valued. He spoke eloquently. "We tried many materials and finally determined that this unknown ore and this mutton fat jade are the easiest to succeed with. For the same volume of material, the ore can hold a space of 0.5 cubic centimeters, while the mutton fat jade can hold a space of 0.7 cubic centimeters. Moreover, the optimal shape for the ore is cubic, while for the mutton fat jade, it is spherical." As he spoke, he handed the jade ball in his hand to Bian Changxi. Bian Changxi first looked at the jade material. She vaguely felt it was very close to the material of her long-broken bracelet. Her heart stirred. Then she submerged her spirit into it and indeed found an irregular, very, very small space. Correct. What Research Room 1 was researching was spatial devices, the other invention Bian Changxi believed would benefit survivors the more it appeared early.